going.
Welcome back, everyone. So, after a brief little pirating diversion, we are back with Adventures in Groran with the main batch of nerds as they venture forth into a new arc to the land of capitalism.
Uh,
Gross.
Yeah, you guys chose this. You didn't have to. This is on you. You wrought this. All right.
what other choices did we have?
Yeah, we did that, Jack.
All right. So, after opening a hole to the astral realm and swallowing up a bunch of rich people in it,
Ha!
Hell yeah.
What was the lich that got, or the who got sent there named Bliss?
no, it was not Bliss. It was not Bliss.
I keep hearing. I remind me where's Bliss from again? Because I keep hearing
Bliss
his
was
name.
the lich headmaster at the school.
Oh,
Ah,
He was the one on the train that spooked you guys for a moment, then blew a hope in a canyon wall as a
wait. I
flex.
thought we asked about that, and you said it wasn't him.
it's not.
It's a different lich.
His name is. That's his name, but he's not the one who got sucked into the astral state.
The one that got
No,
sucked into the astral realm was
I'm
someone
asking
else.
because back in the Dread Mall one shot, I mentioned, wait, isn't that the lich who got sent to Fonto, which is Bliss? And you said no, it's not.
Bliss isn't in Fanto, though. He was in Ithwich.
No, not. That's what I meant.
Yep. You said Fanto during the session, so I responded in that manner. Either way,
Oh.
let us go forward. Ahem. After doing that and having some moments and surprising heel face turn from the ever douchey Flint of all people,
Character development, yay!
they departed for the island nation of, well, vassal nation of Fanto, which we're going to show now.
And that... White screen. There.
All right. Fanto is a land of commerce, industry, and all the nefarious things that go on underneath it. It's a great place to make a living, and an even better place to make a killing.
Hmm.
For about a month now, our little gaggle of nerds has been largely confined to the Abrams estate, right around hither,
Ha.
in the Market District, where they have been forced to survive through whatever means necessary. It's a big house with a lot of expensive things and a butler that is very upset at the thought of any of them just not going that way. Oh, yep. Now I see your art now.
Yeah, I don't. Mine art. I don't have a new art or token update either.
Nope.
Oh, normally the art I do have is not showing up.
Interesting. Well, we'll
Something
we'll figure
refresh?
that out. We'll
Yeah.
figure that out. Refreshing's probably a good idea.
Yeah.
Either way. So,
We're in hell.
not far off. There's not much of a view outside. In fact, it's actually kind of dangerous to go outside on cloudy days without breathing protection, simply due to the fact that the overwhelming majority of the world's skystone is harvested and processed here. And you were warned pretty gravely. Breathing in that stuff will kill you. In a very unpleasant way at that. You will literally turn into water vapor and drift away.
Thanks, I hate it.
It's kind of like the first X-Men movie, what happened to that guy, except a little mistier.
Oof.
So,
I
that
don't wanna...
month was a fascinating one, largely confined to the manor, finding whatever ways you can to entertain yourselves, but
For some reason, I feel like I'm in another D&D game right now. Something about myth and watching.
We begin on a fated morning when you are all awoken at whatever time you so choose. You're not really bound by any schedules. Say that it is a couple hours past sunrise, and we will roll to see who goes first. Ah, nice. Kel, what are you doing?
For most of the month, he's been occupying himself with making his own plate mail.
That you have. Thankfully, Nicole's workshop is something you have access to. She's given you your own little corner. It's not the easiest thing because it's all designed for someone of human size. It's kind of like the beginning of Elf for you a little bit when Will Ferrell's working with all these tiny elf-sized tools a lot, but you're making good progress. All right, so as you're going on about that, you see, you suddenly hear just this crackling sound as there's this little kind of a kettlebell style speaker on the wall, and you just hear this. Say, "Morning, Cal." You hear the voice of Nicole, who you've spent a decent amount of time with in the last month. She's in there most days.
Yes, the forger and the engineer.
He's gonna look up from his work, and you said it was on an intercom or something?
Yeah, it's an intercom, essentially.
And is it a two-way?
It is.
Oh, wonderful. Morning.
You may want to make your way out to the common room. Got something here you might like. Just, maybe dust yourself off just a little bit. Lloyd has, yelled at me for about an hour and a half about all the soot you bring out when you leave.
Funny,
Which,
he
to be
never
complete-
voices that to me.
Well, I mean, if you looked at yourself in a mirror.
I imagine he yells at Nicole too, but she ignores him.
Yeah.
This is the guy who's worked for an illustrious family forever, but then their most recent heirs are just like a nerd and another nerd, and he doesn't know how to handle it.
Yep.
Yeah, let's just put it this way. Nicole's father is basically Howard Hughes. Mixed in with Citizen Kane.
Yep, old blood. So either way.
He's gonna... Since he can't really sweat because he's covered in fur, he's gonna pat his nose with a towel.
Alright, just dab yourself a little bit with a rag. It's like, gotta say, Kel, making some good progress there. Nice craftsmanship. Although you maybe could have done something a little different. No, never mind. This is your project, not mine.
Aww.
At the very least, the first thing he definitely wanted to focus on was the helmet for breathing purposes.
That's pretty dope, dude. Pretty dope. God, I miss having hands.
You'll have them.
Yeah, we'll get there.
Aww. I love this duo. So wholesome.
Alrighty, better go see what they want. Oh, God. Oh, that's a terrifying thought.
God, no!
Well, I'd have said that Uthermarn does look like long-haired Ganondorf, so have that mental image in your head.
Yeah, he belongs on the cover of a romance novel.
Yeah, he does.
Riding a horse, shirtless.
Yep.
How do you think I met my wife, Kel? You had a wife? I miss my wife, Kel. I miss her a lot. I'll be back.
I really
No,
miss
well,
having
for you,
hands.
It's like that way I could hold my wife.
Cal will reunite him with his wife one day.
And other things I'm not going to mention.
Oh god.
So Kay,
Yeah, sir?
I couldn't remember his name when you said that her father is basically Howard Hughes.
Uh-huh.
and somebody else mixed, and my brain is turned off for a second. So Richard,
Did you think Hugh Hefner?
so Richard Branson.
Richard Branson, but more slunched over with a cane.
All right, that's because
Oh, I
I have no fucking idea. My brain died. I was like, "What's his fucking name?" It finally came back to me. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, at least you didn't think Howard Hughes. I mean, Hugh Hefner. Otherwise, that would have been oof.
No,
We're not going there.
no. No.
All right, so you step your way out of the workshop pretty capably. You've managed to figure out your way around. Did you do anything about all the grime and soot on your arms and everything from your work?
A little bit.
All right, cool.
Since she asked.
All right. As you step out, you almost trip over a couple of they're about the size of volleyballs, I'd say. They're little automatons that are rolling around and have little spider legs that come out of their sides. Kind of Wheatley from Portal 2-esque in terms of the way they look.
So they're basically steampunk Tachikomas, but small.
Yeah, actually, that's a really good likeness. They are crawling around, and one of them has a little feather duster and is like brushing along. One of them has a little dustpan. They are currently working as a team, cleaning up some of the floor, and as you walk by, you can't help but notice that they are following along behind you, getting some soot that's coming off of your fur. They're making lots of little noises the
I
entire
imagine
time.
they all have
Aw.
maid headdresses just slapped onto them
Yes, they do.
for visual shorthand of what job they have.
Yep, it's how they can tell them apart.
Aw.
All right. So let's see who goes next. Oh, nice. We're with Arana.
Okay.
Where would you be in the early morning?
The butler, does he go into the garden in the early morning, or is he doing other things?
Garden's a pretty common spot, yeah.
'Cause she tries to keep out of his way because she knows that they annoy him.
Yeah.
So if he's not in the garden, she would be in the garden doing her bardy thing where she's got some free time. She can't do anything else, so she's writing some songs and practicing.
Oh.
The greenhouse, in terms of layout and everything, it's kind of sort of Zen Garden-esque. It's just got a Crystal Palace-style glass exterior kind of extending around it. Which there's a little bit of sunlight this morning poking through the overcast clouds overhead, so you're getting a decent amount of heat in there now. There's lots of tropical plants from all over different parts of the world. No real animals at this point. A few insects here and there that somehow have managed to cling to life being smuggled here. It's mostly just you can see Raskos and Ginkgo running around playing some made-up game. They're basically Calvin balling it.
Aww.
Children.
So she's keeping half an eye on them to make sure that they don't break anything again. And, just plucking out some tunes on figuring out how the music goes together and trying to not annoy the butler anymore.
All right. Very nice, very nice. All right. Would you be out there as well at this point, Ellie?
Yeah, she's in a tree.
Yeah, certainly a valid option.
She's like lounging on a tree branch, her tail hanging off, listening to Arana do her thing. Good to half snoozing because it's early in the morning.
Let's see, what is she playing?
What is she playing?
I'm gonna go ahead and say that she's playing the lute because I just bought a lute because I'm stupid.
Yeah. It's no, it's fine. It's good for Ellie's meditation when Arana isn't here doing music because it helps her clear her mind. She listens to Arana playing and doing her stuff.
There's a lot of pauses as she's, tries to get what she's writing down correct and then scribbling on paper. And also a few swears under her breath as things don't go together correctly.
You hear it from the tree. Is everything alright, Arana?
No, it's fine. It's fine. Just gotta get this right. Son of a bitch.
She leans that down from the branch, entirely out of her armor and like none of her usual gear on her right now, which is probably really weird to see her in. And she just like hangs her head down and eyes Arana. You sure you don't need a hand?
No, it's fine. You hear her sing under her breath. Sundown, you better take care. If I find you've been creeping round my back stairs. I have been listening to Gordon Lightfoot for the last week, so you're gonna have to forgive me.
That's fine. Ellie's
See
like,
no reason for forgiveness.
yeah. Ellie just like smiles as she listens.
All right.
Peeks around for the butler.
Well, funny enough, you actually do see him entering into the doorway. It's a two-door setup to keep the smog from coming in.
Okay.
You can see the one door from the outside come in. You hear a hiss every time it happens. It's much louder when you're in the filtering chamber, but you can see just these clouds emerge out from the side of the doorway as it opens once more to the interior, and you see him come in. He is a half-elven gentleman, probably got a couple centuries to his name. Dressed in pretty fine clothes, just kind of brushing off some of the dust. Takes a little breathing, kind of a neck gaiter off. Ah, wonderful. And he is walking towards the two of you with a surprising amount of pep in his step compared to what you're used to seeing.
Ellie tries to be motionless and unseen.
Well, good morrow, you two. It's like, certainly-
Does he see her? She's
Yes.
trying to like. Oh, okay, okay.
He's
It's
a
only like-
butler. He knows every inch of this greenhouse from the tip to top. You can't hide.
I recognize when the branches of that beech tree are hanging lower. Ellie, you can come down. You're going to like this news.
Oh, she like hangs,
I know,
but,
I
like
do.
she uses her legs to hang and her tail to hang onto the branch, and like her torso just dangles from the tree.
Please do not put too much strain on the branches.
Fair enough. She flops down.
Thank you. You have been cordially invited to the common room. It appears that the proper paperwork has arrived.
Wait, it's done.
Yes, it's done.
Yay!
Smoke cloud. There's a cloud of smoke where Ellie once was.
Yep.
Alright. Rana gets up with a more sedate pace and she goes, "Thank you for coming to get me." Because again,
You are quite welcome, and it has been an utmost pleasure getting to know all of you, and it will be an utmost greater pleasure when I get to know you better in controlled spurts.
it's,
Introvert mode.
she kind of smiles and goes, "Yeah, I'm still sorry for invading your spaces."
It is fine. It is out of our control. Helping someone in need is the right thing to do, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's been a lot of change in a very short window of time.
Hello.
Hello.
I hear you.
Yeah,
We can hear you.
good.
All right. All right. It's like, hell, either way, I am. He just immediately, it's like you turn around and he's suddenly got like a straw hat and overalls and some garden shears on. It's like, it is time for some me time.
Aw.
Enjoy yourself. And she walks out.
All right. Stepping outside, putting on your appropriate breathing gear. It's fascinating out here. It's a very robin's egg blue tinted fog covering most of the lower ground. Their ground is barren. Next to no grass grows here in any way, shape, or form. This place, it almost feels more like you're on the surface of another planet when you're outside sometimes. You can hear, and especially when you can hear the sounds of commerce on the other side of the estate walls. You can hear people walking around, lots of hubbub and chatter.
It's been driving her crazy this entire time.
Oh. Ellie's there waiting for her with her face tied up.
Well, let's go get these papers.
Finally.
As nice as this place is, I'd like to go outside.
Yeah. Nicole has been wonderful. That place is nice, but we just want to stretch our limbs again.
Man, this session's sitting different after 2 years. This session's sitting different 2 years in.
Yes, it is.
Oh, yeah.
All right. And with that, we cut over to where would Kyra be at this time of day?
Let's see. Every book in the library she probably has memorized inside and out.
At this point, yes. So, is she just rereading an old favorite or something?
Either in her room or in her court, or just pacing around or writing something or other.
Cool. Well, we'll say that you are in your own personal room, which you haven't been in a little while, and it's interesting coming back to it after all the adventuring. Your own personal collections, the knickknacks you chose not to take, little treasures and trophies from various digs, photograph plates. And you hear just this trademark tap-tapping of claws on a wooden floor. As Amako enters into the doorway, it's like, hey, those papers arrived. Nicole sent me to come get you.
Alright, I suppose.
I think that means we're off the hook for everything that happened, and there is no suspicion, thank the Lord.
I mean, why would there be? The chances are the airship was under clandestine circumstances, and as far as wherever it came from knows, it just disappeared one day.
Indeed. Perks of a dangerous occupation. All right, come on, common room. And
But also remind me again never to do that again.
yeah, seriously, no, don't.
DM note, don't.
Do not.
They're spam bag of holding bombs, and I cannot promise what's going to come out from those bag of holding wormholes.
Yeah.
It happened once. It's good enough.
That Spelljammer book's coming out soon.
Ooh.
Yeah, the DM will have tools for that.
We're gonna get like a fucking CR30 Astral Dreadnought. Just you watch.
I'm gonna get an ass.
Oh, I'm not going to start with the Astral Dreadnought. I'm going to start with something a little smaller and work up to the Astral Dreadnought.
Oh, fuck. There's a lot of nasty shit in Spelljammer.
There's something called a murder. There's something called a murder comet.
Right.
That tracks.
Or a giant space hamster. Why not?
Or a giant space asteroid spider.
There's plenty.
Also, when Nicole first tested out the black hole bomb, that's what came through. A giant space spider. I mean, giant space hamster.
Which is the funniest bit of fucking lore I've ever heard in my life.
God, I love it. I love when
It's currently
D&D
unleashed
stuff
to
get
whatever
weird.
museum that Fonto has all stuffed and mounted.
It's a hamster the size of a bull elephant. All right. Worst part is they didn't even kill it. It just suffocated in the air.
Oh.
Okay, so you make your way to the common room, walking past various hallways and labyrinthine corridors, various bits of taxidermy and trophies, and lots of automatons you're basically having to step over all the time. Moving things here and there. They're redecorating a little bit. You see one of them kind of hanging from the ceiling like a spider, dusting some of the upper corners.
I imagine one flying around like the iBot from Fallout as it plays music.
Oh yeah, there's a mood music one. A gramophone.
Aww. Fucking adorable.
And you make your way to the entry common room, which is pretty well decorated. It's definitely where most of the meetings happen between individuals coming for visits. You can see Nicole there, dressed in fairly casual clothes. And Kel, as you walk in, you see she's even grimier than you are, and there's soot coming off of her and landing pretty much everywhere with every move she makes. You can see her just reading through and like flipping through a little speck or something, not caring at all that she's smudging the pages. Just it's over there on the table. I didn't want to touch them because they need to be legible for them to work. And all frankness, who's got the time to clean?
Oh, I can feel this relationship already.
Engineers, am I right?
And you can see over there on one of the little dining room tables that clearly has been sitting in that exact same spot, exactly where Lloyd likes it for a really, really long time. There's just no dust on it at all, pristine condition, are several little manila envelopes. Our tickets to freedom, and Marco says, well, your tickets to freedom. I'm a dog, I'm fine.
Yeah, I'm well aware of your escapades.
All right. What do you do?
Gonna open my envelope.
Are we here yet?
Yep, you're in the Roper room.
Okay, cool.
I don't think there's one for Kyra, is there?
I
There's
think it's Ellie
technically-
and...
It's mostly for those two. There is a thing that Nicole is reading through, but it is the two envelopes, and then she's just, all suspicion's been cleared from all of you. It's been long enough to where there's no sniffing around, and all frankness, I don't think anybody's going to be sniffing around for one missing airship. You know, on account of the fact that she just kind of pulls a newspaper up and drops it down, and it says, Madrian Western Fleet destroyed.
What?
What the hell?
What?
Bloody hell, what happened here?
Ellie picks up
Apparently-
the paper.
It's like, you've been working on your common, and you're able to read most of
Yeah.
it without any issue. Just, you discover and discern a story about the fact that the circumstances are not entirely known, nor was the location the fleet was stationed at divulged, but an entire Madrian fleet was found deemed lost and sunken in the Western Astral Sea. And also an unidentified flying object was seen flying over Sarkozy airspace.
There's some kind of... Well, they won't say where the fleet was lost, but...
Are we
Means
being
they would do.
invaded? Are we being invaded? Is Major being invaded from something from beyond the Astral Sea?
That would be really, really fun, but also kind of frightening, not gonna lie. I don't
Yeah.
know. Something happened. I don't really have any contacts in that area, but they had an entire fleet stationed out there for some reason, and that fleet is gone.
Oh no, what a loss.
Well, that's quite a lot of machinery that's just sitting there at the bottom of the ocean now, surrounded by horrible sea monsters. That I'm allowed to be upset about.
Oh,
That's fair. That's fair.
I think even the sea monsters are gone at this point too, though.
Yeah, above game, yes. No, that whole area is just devoid.
Yeah,
It's just a-
there's a fucking dragon turtle.
Yep. So, you,
I like
Looking over-
knocking the Empire down a peg as much as the next one, but losing a whole fleet means they're gonna feel more pressure to squeeze Fanto.
That is
Like-
true.
oh yeah, I'm already getting plenty of calls about that. She just holds up, there's like 6 different envelopes. I'm a contract inventor. You know, I don't, that's why I have a house this size, but I'm not quite to the same pedigree as the people who run the foundries up top. Those guys, they pay me to make stuff for them. I save the best stuff for myself, of course, because that's just how it is. And they will never have my best. That is entirely for me. But there's definitely some calls to innovate. Lots of things, lots of pressure to make something that's a little more resistant to threats from below. After that and the whole incident in Ithwich you told me about with the Kraken priests and everything, apparently they're going to start investing a bit more into aquatic combat models. Which
Yeah,
A ship
That's
that
not
can
a-
go above in the air and underwater?
I don't know if we're there yet, but that's certainly. She just kind of pulls out a notepad and jots something down real quick. Like, bathysphere powered by and workshop for later. Okay, it's like thank you for that. I promise I will include your name on the patents.
That's not a terrible idea. Tethu likes to fuck with everybody.
Indeed. And, unfortunately, the Empire doesn't quite have the dragons that they do over there in that Commonwealth place you were at. They keep that in line pretty capably. Here, though,
Yeah.
we're just kind of forced to rely on what we can get.
Oh.
The Foundry just it's overworked as it is, trying to make up for the entire missing fleet's gonna...
It's going to line a lot of pockets, and it's going to wind up with a big demand for workers. Yep.
And a huge backlog.
Oh, absolutely. So that's going to be very interesting for how this all goes, but we'll see exactly how that ends up. The Empire's going to have to figure that out for themselves. They've still got like 3 fleets. They'll be all right. Could hamper any plans for invasion you were talking about pretty significantly, though.
They did station a lich right before we left, so...
Yeah, I heard, yeah. Some pass through here on occasion, but I'm not aware of any right now. Though admittedly I
Keep an eye
haven't
out
been.
for those.
Oh, you know I will. I have plenty of good contacts, but not all of them are as perfect as they are. Either way, you are definitely happy to have that in your hands, I bet. Me and all suspicion being cleared, I'd say, well, Bramsden is yours to explore. Just make sure your mouths are covered.
Yep. We've been looking forward to being able to get out and about.
All right. Well, first things first, when you exit the estate, don't try turning left first. Directly to the right is a prison.
Oh.
Yeah...
Old Drown Hall. Sometimes you can hear them moaning at night.
What?
Never
Well,
been in there, don't intend to go.
That's what my first room when I moved in here was right on the most on the northernmost wall.
Yeah, we were both bunked over there when we were young. It's where the nursery was for some god-awful reason. Makes no sense. It's like, what a great thing to show a child, the trauma of condemned men.
I mean, could just decide the child was bad and throw it in the woods.
There aren't woods here.
Yeah, this
Thank the
place
God.
sucks.
Thank the gods.
We are looking forward to finding some greenery somewhere. It's been a while.
You'll have to look for a bit. Only farm here is the Sturgis estate over on the other side of the island, and getting there takes a bit of, kind of rubs fingers together. She's looking over papers to indicate coin. And
We've been here for a month and we already miss actual wildlife.
there's not too much in the way of wildlife here, but, I mean, you head down to the Wharf District, you might see something.
Better than nothing.
Indeed. And all of a sudden, you hear kind of a buzzing sound coming over from the front door. Oh, thank God. One of the pots I ordered arrived. That was fast. She walks over to the door, opens it, and... Raven.
What?
Yes, sir.
What?
Yes! Hello! Fuck yes!
Even fucking oh my god. Fucking
Why don't you paint a little word picture for who walks in the door?
So, you see a fairly large turtle man. Not quite as tall as Kel, obviously. Large on human scale and quite wide. He looks kind of like a leatherback sea turtle in
Yes!
features.
Is it? Is it him?
He's wearing an odd white shirt with flowers, red and pink flowers on. However, the shirt's kind of like a weird hybrid of Hawaiian shirt and I can lose my word. Like a workman's shirt that has all the damn pockets and gadgets in it, tools. Yeah, and he just kind of tells us, goes, and yeah, I got a pot over here.
It's like, oh, you are a lifesaver. Oh, you're new. You just see a average height, probably, I'd say about 5'9", 5'10", human woman walking up.
Yeah,
Just,
she's about 5'10".
Just reaches out and takes the package out of your hands, just looks at it like she is holding something absolutely precious. She is covered in soot. You can smell the grime and engineering. You know exactly what this woman
Oh,
does. It is a familiar smell to you.
I know these people.
Hmm. It's like, oh man, I hope it wasn't too long of a walk. It's a lot of hills getting up to this area. You're going to, hold on, I'll have your payment ready. She just walks in and says, just feel free to mingle. Wait, I'll have Lloyd or one of the robots bring food or something. It's like, hold on, gotta move. And she just walks over. It's like, this might be volatile as she's walking towards her workshop at maximum speed.
Just
Aw.
waves as she totters off. No problem, ma'am. I'll be here for a while.
Uh, Hello there.
Just turns to a full room. Oh, an audience. Hello. My name's Tonk Leadshell. It's good to be meeting you.
Yes!
Oh. Yes!
Kara and Arana have deja vu right now.
For those who know him, he has nothing on his back.
Wait, no shell?
Oh, he has a shell.
Okay.
But for those who
okay.
don't know him, in his first incarnation, he had a massive cannon welded to his back.
Right.
He doesn't seem to have anything on his back.
Well, if no one else does, Ellie's gonna walk up first.
Good.
Hold out a hand. Hello.
She takes the hand. We are Ellie.
And he just blinks. He just does one blink and he goes, "Well, it's nice to be meeting you."
He feels a tap on his shell.
Turn around.
There's a ghost Leia. This is
Yes.
Leia.
Well, this is one of the stranger things I've seen. And when he turns around, you notice an odd metal cap that's kind of sitting on top of his shell, almost like a second shell.
Ooh, interesting.
And he just kind of, he tries to do he reaches up to try and like put his hand for the ghost, and he pauses. And goes, "Would it be too informal to just touch?"
It would be rude to not ask first, which you have.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
So go ahead.
He does the whole like hand through, try and push his hand to the ghost.
She is a thing. You can touch her, but
Oh.
she's
Like he's specifically doing it to like her arm, so he's not like pushing to her chest or anything.
she's there. She's just weird.
It's a static
she can
sensation.
Yeah,
Nice.
because like Leia can touch and interact with things. So
Oh, his eyes go fucking wide when he feels static. He goes, "Now this is fascinating.
yes, she is.
It's what I
At
did
least
to grab a couple of
Groran.
senses and run her over.
What?
Senses. He's a static electricity, and something's
Senses.
going on the wavelength."
Well,
Senses. Kind
she's
of clarify to Ellie.
Ellie like walks around, so she's standing next to Leia. She is our sister, and not amongst the living.
Yeah. It's not something you see a whole lot other than the leeches, but they're
No,
prickly.
no, we haven't quite seen much like her, but she is ours.
Well, it's good to be meeting you twos.
Nice to meet you as well. Talk, was it?
Tonk.
Honk.
He's an onk.
Honk. Okay. We will
I'm
do our
to-
best.
I'm told it's often hard to for you peoples to pronounce. Not sure why.
Well, she starts speaking in lizard folk in Vosh to him, just to like
You
get
just,
across that she speaks weirdly.
he just blinks at that, clearly not understanding.
Actually,
Yeah,
that
see,
would sound familiar to you.
Oh, what?
Oh,
Your a certain individual we discussed who actually
Oh,
sent you on this particular job speaks that
Oh, yeah.
language on occasion when they are
Oh,
irritated.
that's right.
Does-
Yeah.
d-
But he
does he
just like
understand me?
there's no understanding behind the eyes, but he just kind of, hey, I've heard some of that. I no idea
What?
what it means, but I've heard some of it.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
You've heard this before?
yeah. There's old Neil.
What?
Well, I call him old Neil, but it's,
Old Nail?
Off Neil, I think is how you correctly pronounce his name.
And he was speaking this language.
Yeah, he's got a workshop down there.
Is he is he a Vosh?
Yes. He just kind of looks confused, like, why is this a big thing?
Insight.
Okay.
Would Kyra have heard of Othniel from Nicole's previous workings?
It's a new name for relatively, as far as that goes.
I don't know what to roll because he's
You
not
don't-
trying to hide anything.
If
So
you're not
Yeah,
trying
but
to hide
Ellie's-
anything, if you're not trying to hide
Ellie's-
anything, you don't have to roll. He
Okay.
is being 100% on the level.
like,
There's another Vosh here?
on 17, you just get the idea that he doesn't understand why this weird.
We haven't seen another Vosh since we were taken from our home.
Oh, you guys kind of rare.
Yes.
The
We are.
kind is only native to the coast of Severine.
Yeah. We don't. Are there more out here? Have others been? Hey.
I've only seen right.
Othniel is the only one you've seen, and he has told you outright he is the only one in this entire island.
All right. Well, old Neil says he's the only one on the island. I'm kind of inclined to believe him.
Someone else left or was taken? How? Okay. Well,
Well, Ellie, we can leave now and we can go
Yeah,
talk
yeah.
to him.
yeah. Would you guys mind?
No. Also, hello, my name is Arana.
Well,
Yes.
Oh.
Sorry.
he just kind of looks down there. Oh, this is weird. It's a little person.
It's like a goblin, except not quite.
Yeah.
Quite.
There are goblins here, plenty of them, in fact.
So he goes, pardon my asking, but are you some sort of off goblin?
No, I've gotten asked that before, but no, I'm, I guess the closest thing in any common tongue that I can give is halfling.
Holy shit, is
Interesting.
that the first time she's ever actually said she's a halfling?
I think so.
Holy shit.
Oh. Just no recognition. He goes, well, that's neat.
Also, nobody's asked me, so.
Yeah, yeah.
Kyra knows it's rude to ask, and she's said picking up
Yeah.
cultural context clues.
Ellie's already something that no one really sees much, so she's like, whatever.
And also, just to point out for everybody, as I have said in the pirate thing, turtles are not native to this area, so he's an anomaly to all of you as well.
In Ellie's defense, she didn't
Well, I mean,
see any race besides Vosh until like
Yep,
she was
you
taken.
are. Everything is new to you. It's just how it goes. But yeah, that's
Yeah.
for the newer folk. But for the more experienced, seasoned folks, there's a turtle person standing there. That's a new one.
Is he a tail?
So Kyra's initial impression is like maybe it's from the same island as Ellie, but Ellie not recognized.
He has a stubby tail. It's like a sea
Okay.
turtle's tail. So it's not very long, but he's got one.
Irana's just like, I've seen weirder shit.
If maybe ask
Kyra said it's like okay, not Vosh. Aron has seen it, so not where she's from. Henge yokai? Question mark.
he's quiet, so this is Cal.
Gonna wave. Yellow, I can see you're another creator. He's just gonna point to his tool belt of odds and ends.
Nice.
Yeah, you got a nice belt yourself.
Like, I like this guy.
It's a Kyra is like also surreal that she doesn't have Imako in her head anymore.
Yep. And Mako's just standing there, just looking. It's all like, wow, that is a weird feeling in my head. Yes, I talk. Yes, I'm a dog. I'm Imako. It's like,
Hello there.
wow, you are very quick on the uptake. Okay, cool. It's like, good to get that out of the way.
He just kind of shrugs at that. He goes, I don't see much weird about it.
Tonk,
Yes'm.
maybe ask you a possibly weird question?
Wouldn't be the first time, yeah?
We are a Vash. Arana's a halfling. Kel's a minotaur. Arana's human. Kyra's human.
Oh, no.
They've merged.
God. Well,
Irana.
what? Kyrana?
No.
No,
Kirana.
What are-
Kyra with charisma. No.
Blasphemy.
That is an
What-
abomination.
What? What are you?
Does he remember anything?
You have spoken with the certain individuals we discussed, so you are aware of the word turtle.
Okay, he goes, well, other people call me a turtle, but I don't quite remember where that even originated.
Oh. Memory
Yeah.
problems?
Yeah, funniest thing, just a couple months back, I'm out running around. These nice green blokes picked me up, and just they top blokes. Just kind of roamed about with them and ended up here because they had all the nice techie bits. And they kind of don't let me go much other places.
Kyra's
They
in
don't,
it, like,
they don't let you?
His passport problem kind of popped out of
Oh,
nowhere, apparently.
that's
yeah, that sounds like Madriel, right?
me and we've two of us have been stuck here because of that as well.
Ah,
But we are
Wait.
free to go now, as of today.
Yes. We're gonna go suit up.
question: did turtles need to worry about the weird smog pollution?
It affects everybody pretty much, yes. Though
Yeah.
it is a lot less so for you than it is for most. You can actually walk around in it unaccompanied for a while. Just, if you get into the really heavier stuff, it can produce some pretty bad coughing fits.
Can't just hold his breath for an hour if he feels like it.
Yeah. So can Ellie, but it's easier to just cover his face.
Yeah, but I don't think you can talk while doing it.
You cannot,
No.
but you have telepathy.
It is
Yeah.
easier to cover her face. Kel. Is it ready?
What are we talking about?
The armor.
Actually, you have been working on your own for so long that kind of slipped your mind to work on the other one.
Yeah. Oh, not really, no.
Is it wearable at least?
I mean, if you want to go walking around in a dead guy's outfit.
I
There's
mean,
There's no hole for her tail.
guess we'll go get our old armor.
I mean, I do kind of know a guy who works with armor and tailoring.
Do you?
Yeah.
Well, I guess I could ask someone else to do it.
I imagined though, the moment you asked Nicole to do it, she would have just took a sander and sanded off all the iconography.
Yep. Then got distracted and moved on to something else.
But at least the iconography is gone.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll just go. Well, we'll take it to your first, and then see if they can do it.
Yeah, you can do it. You can find a shop down there. It's the market district called Pierce's Protectorates.
All right. Well, we'll go grab it then.
He's a funny bloke, but he's a right top bloke.
Ellie just goes. She puts on her split mail, but she carries the plate mail.
All right. All of you take the proper time to adorn the breathing protection you had made/been given.
Tonk actually pulls what looks like a sock over his beak, and then just he hits a little bit of like a little tab or something. It's a little hard to say, and it just cinches up really tight, and then puffs out a bit.
Huh.
Yeah, it's a little bit like memory. It's a little bit like memory fabric.
Fun.
No. Yeah, the Ellie armor Ellie is wearing, her split mail is like partially made of like actual armor and partially made of like bits and pieces of animal.
You said
Yeah, there's lots of bits of chitin and the like on it.
Yeah.
when you said put a sock over your beak, all I can see is that from the Disney Robin Hood, where he disguises himself as a one of the vulture guards with a
Buzzards.
fucking
Yep.
sock on his face. That's all I can see now.
For all intents and purposes, it looks like a really well-made sock, but the fabric is kind of like the rough sack fabric.
Burlap looking,
Yeah,
huh?
burlap. Thank you. That's what it appears to be, but it's not. If you look at it for long enough.
Okay. Shall we? Unless anyone else wants to do anything before we go?
I'm ready to go.
Did Kyra get anything? Well,
Ugh.
What do you mean exactly?
so the paperwork I was just sent out was just the.
Essentially, just you got to know all clear, saying that the suspicion had been cleared and everything
Oh, there-
like that. There was no actual need for that. You were requested just to lay low for a bit, just in case like people started sniffing around looking for clues, in case somebody, like from the school ratted you out or something.
No one did.
No one did.
As far as everyone else knows, we're just missing.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Before they head out, Tonk will actually flag down one of the little automatons, and he'll actually you will notice he talks to it as if it's a person. He's,
Aw.
"Hey, little mate, you can do me a favor and tell the lady of the house that, well, since I'm obviously kind of running out the door, just to forward the payment to off Neil's shop. I'll get it from there."
It just stares at you and blinks once, then walks off and continues about its business.
He does a little salute. Thank you.
All right.
Do we know if that little guy can do that?
You do not. Some of them have been able to communicate. Some of them have not. They are
No.
sometimes visually indistinguishable.
It's a coin toss, and it's like Kyra's like, oh god, there are two of them now. Oh, so-
All right.
Into the city.
That being said, Kyra was gonna ask if how much you think Nicole would want with a Star Razor.
Nicole doesn't really have any use for that at this exact point herself, but there are places it could be taken to in the area. All right. So, the doors open, and you proceed out into the Fanto streets of Bramston.
Oh,
Ooh.
ambiance.
Thanks.
All right.
Sorry. I think I just heard someone shout, "Oi."
You did.
Yep.
You did.
Well, you are in
Yeah.
a market district, so
Yeah, makes perfect sense.
I'm just imagining the situation to escalate with Terry Pratchett-esque guards running down the street.
that's actually pretty on point, yes. So, you, stepping out, you immediately just are greeted with cobblestone that is very wet. It is a very overcast day. There are people walking about. You see, nothing here is living in terms of what's being pulled along. There are carriages, but they are being pulled by machines, almost more like mechanical rickshaws.
Oh.
Oh god, do we have like early like early cars going about?
There are some horseless carriages, yes, a few of them.
Damn.
Not too many in this district itself, though. It's one or two. You know from your own experience growing up here, the market district, the further uphill you go, the higher end it is. And so, Cole's kind of in the slightly upper end of it, but one of the bigger homes in the area, but that's largely just a real estate thing for location. There's a pretty wide swath of economic versatility around here. It is about mid-morning at this point. The day is yours. Said you were going to show them the way down to one of the two shops. Which one would you like to go to first?
Which one's closer?
I would say Othniel's is just a little more so. It's a little more of the midway point of the district. Pierce's is closer to the wharf.
Gotcha. He's gonna go. Well, Pierce is on the wharf. On the way over there, we can hit Old Neil's place.
Another Vosh. No, we haven't seen one. Well, we haven't seen one since we were taken, but we haven't talked to another one in years? Many years.
I take it your history is a little closer to Old Neil's. He was spirited away himself.
Was he?
Yeah.
Was he taken by slavers?
Does he know the identity of his Old Neil's grabbers?
He doesn't know, he never, gave you names, but yes, he himself was taken by an expeditionary fleet. This is a long time ago, though.
He's a long time ago. Some sort of fleet? Expeditionary fleet? I don't remember.
So very possibly could have been
They're
slavers.
basically explorers, in quotations, that do slavery as a side hustle.
Sounds about right.
This young woman seems to have an eye on the ball.
I still don't understand that. What the hell is... Why... What's the point of that? When you could just say, hi, do you want to work together? And everything goes better.
Some people just aren't really that friendly, Rana.
That's dumb.
On both ends, to be fair, we're not sure our tribe would have treated strangers great.
Well, then
We didn't
you
get
just...
strangers.
If a stranger doesn't want to talk to you, then you don't talk to them. You just leave. That's how it works.
Yeah,
Like,
but
if
what
a
if-
stranger came up to our tribe and tried to talk to them, we're not convinced our tribe wouldn't just eat them. Have we... What?
Everybody's so fucking violent.
Quiet.
Yeah, no, right?
Silence, breathe.
They throw us into the woods to die. What do you expect?
Hey, man, am I the only one here who actually had a pretty normal childhood? Mako says.
And Rana goes,
but you-
excuse me.
Yes, but you grew up in Zanguza.
And Cal, wasn't besides your, father, your moms are pretty good, aren't they?
Yeah. Everyone else, not so much.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think I had one, then my parents just up and vanished.
Oh, that's odd.
You didn't put the whole thing together about the different last names?
Not really. Last names are still strange to us.
Yeah, I hear you.
Do you guys all need a hug or something?
I'm
No,
fine. I mean,
we're not going to say no, but
would you like a hug?
That happened when I was 6. I think I'm over it.
Hey, hugs
And
are
we-
eternal.
I'll take a hug.
You can benefit from a little hug. Yay! You're gonna pick up the
Aw.
halfling, give him a little hug.
His picks are right the fuck up.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
he has a shell. He can't bend over terribly well.
His hands are huge. You could sit in them.
They're big and flipper-like,
I mean-
so yeah, he has large hands.
Let's be fair, I can do that with almost every party member here.
Yeah.
It's true.
You're
Ellie
all
and-
The only exception is Kyra.
you're all unreasonably huge.
Ellie and Kel both have just picked her up.
Hey,
Wait,
kids
how
are
big is Tonk?
One could say you're unreasonably small.
He's only like
Yeah.
six. He's only like 6-ish feet tall, but he's like 4 wide or something ridiculous.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
he can
so
look Kyra in the eye, but he's as white as Cal.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's like close to Arana and Kyra. I mean, fucking Ellie and Kyra height. Fuck.
But he is very, very wide.
Yeah.
He'll set Arana down and just smile.
Aw.
Hugs are great.
You like it?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. We like your attitude, Tonk.
He's nice. I like your attitudes mostly. You just seem like you had a hard life.
We'll have to tell you about the curse one of these days. That's just not elaborate.
recently for me, but
It's a whole thing. Lots of expository dialogue. She just looks out at you guys are looking. It's kind of the architecture is more Victorian London in many senses. A little bit of Edwardian with their lamp posts that appear to not be lit by candles or anything or oil. They have little skystone crystals in them along the streets, but they're not lit right now. But that's the architecture. But in terms of geography, it's a little more San Francisco. You are standing up on top of a very large hill.
oh, are there cable cars?
There are trolleys and cable cars going, yes.
Oh, fuck yeah!
Hell yes.
I love San Francisco aesthetic.
This place is different.
This is easily, Ellie, the most people you've seen densely put in one place in your entire life.
Even more than Marascos?
Marascos is not nearly as big as this place.
Yeah, okay. There's a lot of people here.
This place stinks.
You'll get used to it.
No, it won't. I'm not staying here that long.
You might not have a choice in that regard.
Really, and where are you intending to go, Kel?
The ocean?
Rana
Oh,
Rana reaches into her bag that she's brought with her, and she pulls out her smaller instrument, the lute that she has. She goes, "Hey, Tonk, you like
Yep.
music?
oh yeah.
She's just gonna play a little tune as we're walking."
Well,
Aw.
there are people on all sides. Make a performance check.
All right, come on now. Yeah.
Whoa.
Okay, so what kind of tune exactly are you going for here in terms of vibe?
Let's
The
see.
Wellerman comes.
I'm gonna actually ask Tonk before I start. It's like, what kind of flavor of music you like?
I don't like anything really, but I kind of have a bit of favor for the old, the old ocean music. The shanties, the people call 'em.
Okay, I start up as a sea shanty. Let's see. What's the one? Yeah, the one with the
The Wellerman?
No,
Is it Up She Rises?
no. Hold on. I got it.
Hold on, I'll get my Assassin's Creed Black Flag Sea Shanty album out.
Let's see. I gotta remember the name of it. The Mariner's
Plenty.
Revenge song.
Oh, yes!
That's a good one.
I'm just gonna start belting that one out.
All right, it is a very lively tune. It is a nice contrast to the various sounds. You're passing lots of various shops along the cobblestone streets, lots of various bits of commerce. Mostly seeing humans. There are goblins. You can recognize tabaxi there on occasion as well. The occasional orc and a few dragonborn, though they are very clearly tourists. All right, so with that performance, as you're going by, It's like, oh my. There's this one guy in a top hat monocle who just tosses 2 gold pieces at you just as he's walking.
Oh,
Good show.
She does like a bow as she's walking and does not stop with her loot.
And Kyra's like, man, given how much he probably how much he makes a year, that's probably just a.
Yeah, no, that was tossing a couple of quarters at somebody for him.
That's fair.
Yeah, it's basically the equivalent of like Jeff Bezos giving a penny to a homeless person.
Oh,
yeah. Oh, you just
if-
like close your eyes. Like, doesn't completely close them, but like, half-lidded eyes, listening to Arana play.
Tonk's just kind of like he's trying to do this weird like shuffle, like dance and walk at the same time while humming.
Oh,
It's very weird to see considering he has a wide stance.
Yeah, some people are having to give you a bit of a berth as they're kind of parting around you a little bit because you're moving back and forth a bit. They can't quite tell if you're going to go further one step than the other one or if you're going to go back.
He's a big boy.
He is a
beast
wide,
boy.
he is a
Two
wide
big
one.
boys.
They get sideswiped by a shell.
Yep.
The wide Putin song is playing.
Where'd you learn that one, Arana?
Dad,
Ah, okay.
Yeah, Tonk nods at that. He goes, "Yeah, it is. He's kind of familiar, really familiar." He frowns for a minute and just shrugs and moves on.
Oh,
oh,
All right. You progress onward. You eventually take a little side turn down into the market district, and once you're out of the main thoroughfare, it gets a lot more tangled.
God.
You start seeing buildings that are all linked together just in these massive, long, it almost looks like a bunch of repurposed, partitioned warehouses that have got brick exteriors, cobblestone, various other things, all kinds of painted things. Almost anything made of natural material like wood is wet, damp, and covered in, well, it would be covered in mold and mildew if mold and mildew could actually survive here.
Ugh.
It gets Skystone too.
Yep. There's a bluish tint on a lot of things. So,
I'm imagining the shopping district would be like the Fanto equivalent of Pier 30 Mine.
yeah, that as you get down closer to the wharf district, it very much has that vibe, yes.
Oh. Man, I miss Pier 39.
All right. So, as you're going along, you notice on occasion you have to kind of step out of the way. Tonk, you're so used to it by this point, and Kyra, you would be as well. You occasionally just hear these sounds up above on the rooftops. And occasionally these little clouds of black and blue dust just kind of off the side of a roof and come sweeping down towards the street.
Ooh. What is that?
Skystone dust.
Hmm.
You would know,
Alright.
Kyra in particular, that there's actually a key thing here in a lot of the market district is that there is just this whole society of just chimney sweeps that live up on the rooftops and almost never come to the ground unless they have to.
Oh god, Mary Poppins.
Very much so. That skystone dust can get very heavy sometimes if it piles up enough and can actually get very dangerous, so it gets swept off the roofs on occasion. It's a somewhat dangerous job.
Wait a minute. Sky stone poisoning turns you blue. It really is Mary Poppins.
I put a lot of stuff into this place. Alright,
Hell yeah.
so the chimney sweeps it's pretty foggy, like just a few feet up above. You can just see the occasional humanoid, goblin-esque figure walking along up on the top. Most of them garbed in heavy scarves, brooms, just making their way, doing their daily business.
Okay.
And
Are there, any,
Eventu-
are there tieflings around?
the occasional one, yes. Most
Okay.
of them are, you've yet to see one dressed in like particularly nice duds. They seem rather commoner clothes. But
Okay.
there are people of all economic walks of life here in the market district. There are no outdoor stalls really per se beyond the occasional one. Most of them are indoors, just to keep the merchandise from getting damaged.
That's good.
But you eventually, it takes about a 30-minute walk listening to music. Nobody else gives Irana any money or anything along the way.
So, VV.
Yep.
What do you have for the equivalent of sea lions here?
We'll get to that when you get down to the Wharf District. We'll get to that. It's probably not as friendly as you're hoping. But then again, sea lions aren't as friendly as people hope they are either. And you eventually arrive at the familiar sight, Tonk. You arrive at a somewhat separate little nice building that is aesthetically a little different from some of the others. Has a lot more like square geometric stonework that appears to have been carved by arcane means due to the patterning on it. And you can see a hanging sign that has a very, very nicely carved depiction of a Vash on it.
Oh.
And you can see it holding up a little magic orb floating in one of the palms of its hands, and you just see in gold print, Othniel's Oddities.
Is there any, like, Bosch writing scribbled anywhere?
Not on the signboard itself, no.
Okay.
Curio shop.
That's a lot. It's another Bosch.
Are you nervous, Ellie?
A little.
Oh, we're all here with you. Don't worry about that. He couldn't possibly be any worse than the people who left you out in the woods to die. Just think of it this way.
They might try to kill... I mean, you never know that. They might try to kill me on sight.
Ellie, the worst thing that could ever happen to you already has.
That's not entirely true, Marco.
I'll say it outright.
Think of two more bad things.
You've almost died. See, you actually almost died a couple of times. You
Couple
got left out in
times,
the woods to die, left alone, grew up without any company. Now you've got a family here, little unit.
Well,
If it goes bad and he turns out to be just like the worst of the people around here, which I don't think will happen, you still got us.
know how long they've been here.
Oh,
Good.
Tonk?
it's a very long time. Long enough to know, well, everything, really.
Would Kyra recognize the store?
Actually, yeah, it does come back to you. You hadn't been down here in a while. This is kind of a slightly kitschier part of town, and it's also usually very busy. But yeah, you've been in here once when you were a kid. It kind of starts coming back to you.
Wait, Kyra puts her hand to her head. Why did I not make that connection sooner? Damn it!
Yeah, that was a very deep memory. I never got any lick of this from your head back when we were connected. Well, either way, do they allow dogs inside? That's fine. And Mako just walks up to the door.
Wait, and Mako still connected to Kyra's brain?
No, she's just speaking aloud. That connection was willfully severed on her end.
Since she abandoned her Fey immortality.
Yeah, she's not immortal anymore, but she's got some other talents that have come into play. So, you proceed up to the door. Do you open?
Pauses in front of the door for a second. Takes a breath. Oh, and heads in.
All right. There's a little bell sound that tingles as it opens in, and instantly inside it is a musty smell of antiquities.
I want to do a thing, Vivi.
Mm-hmm.
When she opens the door, she finds that Kyra's already in there.
Mm-hmm.
What?
It's like I never left.
Ellie double takes back to where Kyra was standing. And how did you?
This is out of character. Rogues.
I mean, you were trying to stealth.
All right, so as you enter in, the store is largely deserted at this point. There's not much in the way. It's very still. You could see a layer of dust kind of floating up in the air. And you just hear a little bit of shuffling back in the back. Then, oh, Tonk, there you are. Figured you'd be making your way back about now.
In Vosh, Ellie says, "Hello."
You hear clattering sounds as though something just fell off of a shelf,
Oh,
back beyond the realm of your vision. Shuffling out from the back in kind of a hurry. Go ahead.
As say, Tonk's actually going to move to the back to make sure he's okay. 'Cause they tend to move weird objects and heavy objects.
Mm-hmm.
the crash. Ellie's like deer in headlights a little bit.
As you walk back there, you see just, I'm fine. You see, you all see walking out from a doorway, a very old, very hunched over. This is well, Ellie is more so modeled after a crocodile skink. He more so resembles a tuatara.
Ooh.
And you immediately see something, Ellie. He is blind in both of his eyes.
Oh.
They are very cataracted over, very obvious. He is old. His scales are kind of patchy, and some of them are flaked off. Probably can't see them very well to take care of his own appearance. Wearing
Aw.
surprisingly nice clothing, walking with a cane, long tail dragging along behind him, a long series of spines. Well, he suddenly speaks out in Voss, just, let me have a look at you.
Can you?
He starts moving with a little greater degree of speed out behind the counter. It's like, where did you find this one? Curious.
Fine, nothing. I was just hanging around one of the old rich folks' houses when I was making a call.
Really?
Yeah.
Just hobbles over. He's probably was once about your height if he fully reared up, Ellie, but
Oh.
he's probably about a foot shorter than you, hunched over like this.
He's just going to further go on and say, it was that Nicole lace. You know, she's always going after some part or another.
Yes, she doesn't normally order from me. It was interesting. Interesting day indeed, this is starting out to be. Kind of bows his head a little bit and just kind of holds still for a moment, then, very interesting. Reaches out a hand, gently just kind of feels around the edge of your face a little bit, Ellie.
Oh. She's kind of she's like, still a little deer in the headlights. She lets them, but she's tense. Like, you probably feel her muscles tensing.
That's quite the rare bird you've brought in here, Tonk. Quite the
Bird.
rare thing.
Bird.
Yes. Expression.
Yeah,
We're
it's hard
still,
not to pick it up.
we're still getting used to those.
So am I, and I've been here 80 years.
80 years?
Indeed, I have.
You've been here 80 years.
It's a living. Oh, for all the rest of you. You notice that in spite of the blindness, his head is directly pointing to where he is indicating each of you. Othniel's Oddities welcomes you. If you're a friend of Tonks, then you're a friend. Wait. See, you've grown tall. It's been quite some time.
Yeah, it's been quite a while since I've been in here.
I remember you. Still had my regular vision at that point. You were a little girl who kept trying to tell me, who told me that I had one of the dates wrong in one of my object descriptions.
Oh.
Aww.
I'm sorry about that.
You were excited. Besides, it would have been embarrassing if that had gone out to market like that. I have a reputation to protect.
Smart
So,
baby
what-
Kyra.
So I was right.
So it was right. Vindication.
Laughs a little bit, his body kind of heaving underneath the cloak he's wearing. Oh my. Colorful day already. Well, come in. We'll take you to the back. Sit down. I'll prepare some tea or something.
Are you
If
sure?
I can get along just fine. It's like, I happen to live in one of the few places in the world where I can still see.
What do you mean? Magic?
He leans down and points, and you actually notice there is a tiny little third eye on the top of his head.
Oh, we've never seen another Vosh. Well, we haven't seen many other Vosh. So, is that?
You're from a different island, clearly. Then that's
Yes.
perfectly fine with me. You've got some interesting magic on you, you and the rest of them.
You can see that too?
Yep, all hovering around you like that. What, am I not supposed to be able to?
No, we're just surprised. The only one who's really seen it was a grave cleric.
That scans. So it's a necromantic sort of thing. Interesting. Let's have some tea and talk it over.
At least turns the other one's like so confused.
Rana just shrugs like, well, just another weird just some more weird shit. Just gonna go along with that.
Kari shrugs.
All right. He ventures back behind the counter, moving at a bit of a slower slightly slower pace than he was before.
At least carrying a thing of plate mail. She's not moving full speed either.
All right. Going back into the back room, you can see that this is also his home. There is a little living space, a little kitchen, little sitting area, and there's a stairwell that appears rather disused and very dusty. Doesn't seem like he goes up it much anymore. You imagine that's likely where he used to sleep. Now you just see a bunch of blankets on one of the couches.
Oh. Does Tonk stay here too?
No, actually, there is no additional bedding for anyone else in here.
Ellie was asking that.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, got my own place. Mostly in thanks to O'Neill.
Yes, I helped Tonkia get started when he came off the boat. That's a fun story. We'll get to that. I actually quite enjoy it. It's the most fun I've had in a long time, though. Today might just be an attempt at breaking the record. Let me see. Yeah, and he just starts very clumsily fumbling along the counter space looking for things. No, the weight's not right. Holds up something to his nose. Oh, that's moldy. Throws it over his head. Shit. Here we go. Here we go. Save out the good stuff. He just takes out a pot and starts getting it going. He just snaps his fingers once and a little flame lights up underneath a kettle and some water just kind of apparates out and starts raining down into it.
Water magic.
Why, yes, I am. Thank you for noticing. Have to have something going for you to get by. Luckily, that's how I managed to get my own living made and get myself out from under all that unfortunate indentureship business.
Were you taken as a slave too?
Still doing that then, huh? I figured they gave up on that when they realized how much our people like eating people.
We suspected, but we weren't sure.
They haven't done that to Vash in a while, from my knowledge. Kind of realized that they were, at the end of the day, a lot of it was just money. Trips to Saverain are expensive and risky.
Argren's the one doing it, so that would make sense why Empire.
Yeah, it does scan. But back in the day, it was less about that and more, we're mapping the world and all that shit. He just starts working on getting some tea boiling. Here we go.
An airship came down and
yes.
took it.
That old excuse.
You can map the world without screwing around with the people that you find. What the fuck is wrong with your people?
When you're rich, you get bored and everyone's scared of telling you that you can't do something. Ugh. At least that's my experience of it all.
I think Meridian's bad. The Hobbs are just as bad down south.
So I've heard. I've actually had a few Zangus and diplomats and the like come in here in the past, tourists on occasion. Thriving culture, but much like here, their ruling class is bloodthirsty. Anyone like anything with their tea? I have, shit, what do I have? Starts fiddling through cupboards that have clearly not been opened in a long time. Pomegranates?
Weird. Whatever. Meat is still our preference for most
I
things.
think
There's
green-
meat flavored tea.
A thick green if you have it.
Let's see, just starts unscrewing some various spice jars and the like and looking around. Okay, this might take a moment. I'm used to just making something for myself. And Tonk,
you
when he
need
comes
a-
by.
A hand?
Sure. Great, if it's not too much trouble.
Oh, he plops the plate mail on the ground and he goes over to help him.
All right. Can you reach up there? It's a little beyond my spinal capacity these days.
Yep, got it.
Thank you. He just takes it, once again, clearly blind, but just reaching up and grabbing it from your hand. Thank goodness you didn't clean yourself off before you came in. Otherwise, it'd be a lot more difficult.
What do you mean?
Eyes enchanted. Can see arcane things. Skystone dust included.
Oh. You can see us because of the sky stone dust coating us.
You can also see all the magical shit you're all carrying. You're bringing
Kyra
in
must
some
be
interesting things.
Car's glowing like a disco.
Yep.
Irana must be fucking lit up.
Yeah, fucking.
Yep.
Fucking bard.
Pure
Fucking
chaos
white
coming
hot.
out of that. Yep. Like, very interesting stuff coming off all of you, gotta say. Interesting bunch. Ugh.
Yeah.
Normally
We've,
I'd ask if you had anything you needed appraised first, but, you know, this is a little more important. Thank you. And,
Of course.
starts, takes out a kettle and it just starts to do the little whistling thing. Then, there we go. And pours out. He unfortunately only had one kind of tea, but it will function just fine. It might be a little stale, though.
At least need another Vosh. The tea is like barely on her mind.
It's fine. Irana has prestidigitation. She's gonna make that taste a little better.
There you go.
Oh, good. You're doing what I do. You can make it taste like whatever you want. You kind of forget to stock up. Any preferences?
Not really.
All right, suit yourself. And he just kind of sits down in a comfy chair, wraps up a little blanket around his waist, turns on a little heat lamp.
Cal? What kind of tea do you want, Cal? Cal?
Oh,
PC?
you're muted.
Oh,
Come on.
I don't really drink tea.
She goes over and grabs his arm and pulls him over.
You got a problem with my tea, son?
No.
Good.
Come on, Cal. This is important to us. She like big eyes.
He gets his
looking
tiny
up at
ass
Cal.
cup.
Yeah. You are not built for this interior, or it is not built for you, depending on how confident in yourself you are.
This is Kel, by the way. He is very quiet.
Yes. Interesting magic coming off of you. Haven't seen its like, really, in any time in my memory.
That's not too surprising.
I've been basically dead for a long time.
Tonk actually turns the thing and goes, "What? Some sort of new kind of magic?"
Feels old, actually, just forgotten. But
Well.
starting to return, I think. It's building in strength. It's like like a little flame, building in intensity.
Interesting.
That sounds like you, Cal.
A lot of potential there. So, said you were brought over here the same way I was, eh? Well, more interested in hearing my story, or are you willing to share your own? I'm curious to see how things have changed.
How about, you tell me yours, I'll tell you mine?
Suit yourself, all right. Well, I actually volunteered to go initially. I was a curious little kid growing up on the island. Had inborn magical talents, which frightened some of the older and more small-minded. No, it's not to say that it was a lonely time, just... Yeah. Still, I caught myself staring out at the sunrise quite a few times and just wondering what was out there. And then one day I looked out there and there's a ship coming at us from the sky, and it lands, and there's these strange people that come out. And they seem friendly, they seem excited to see us.
No
They offer
scales.
no scales.
Uh,
Ah.
They offered gifts, they spent time among us, and then they asked if any of us wanted to come back, and I volunteered. They told me that the magical talents I had were very rare and very special, and, well, I didn't realize at the time that that was very much going to be a one-way trip. I was a curiosity to them, and literally nothing more.
Yeah, my
Wins.
condolences.
Well, it's all right. I'm here now. Taking the best of it. I, managed fine. I was placed in the care, I say with somewhat disdain, of a minor noble home. They claimed it was a, ambassadorship at first, but it became very clear that, I was just a colorful, exotic thing for them to show off to others, to show something distinctive of their own. I had magical talents, which helped. Turns out I had a real gift for, divination and appraisal. I could sense the nature of something at a glance.
hmm. That's-
And I realized after meeting with others in my position that I was this little special thing called a slave. No other Vosh, I'm afraid. Once or twice when I was young, but they're likely long dead.
hmm.
Most of the indentured servants in Madria are citizens who couldn't afford to pay off a debt. I was in a rather unique position myself, being a exotic acquisition. So there was no outstanding debt to pay, and it turned out all I needed to do was just lie to a guy about how much a magical object he wanted appraised was worth. Say, I'll take it off your hands as payment for it, and then sell it for like 100 times what I told him it was worth.
The
Oh,
Fonto
okay.
approach.
That's clever.
Yep.
And he helped you get out?
Oh, no, that was all me.
Okay.
I bought my way out. Rare thing these days. And I realized that, in spite of everything, I didn't really have any way of going back home, and there were plenty of things here to see. I was here, I've been on here at Fanto most of my life.
That's a very similar but different story.
As most stories are.
Yeah. Well, we were on assumedly a different island. We don't look the same exactly. We were the only surviving egg from our clutch.
Wait, Oh, God, your tribe actually bought that Gorok bullshit?
Yes.
Oh, you can see him just visibly sneer at that.
Did yours talk about it too?
It's an old wives' tale. It's a legend, ill-omened legend about how the only survivor of a clutch is going to bring doom to the entire tribe. It was born out of the simple fact that, yes, if you have a whole clutch and only one hatches, that's one child out of what you hoped was several. They turned it into a big thing about a curse, and it's
Uh,
stupid.
well, there was more.
Meanwhile, Kyra's taking ethnology notes in her head.
Yeah, yeah. There's a little more to it than that.
Yes, I've seen your little siblings.
You
This
can see them.
mm-hmm. Standing around you, though, little stiff. Let's see, 1, 2, 11 of them?
There was more. There was 12 at first, right?
Yep.
One of them left. Not sure why, but they couldn't. Well, one of them is comes when I call them. We've named her Leia because she was not given a name. But when we were young, we couldn't do that completely. But they made themselves known, and that kind of, I guess, confirmed in their minds that I was Gorok.
Goody. Rare magical talent that should have been celebrated. You know,
We were.
where the tribe I was from, being the only survivor of a clutch meant that, yes, you had a big burden on your shoulders, but it also usually meant you were meant for greatness. Just goes to show different strokes, different tribes.
Some better than others.
Other Gorok, I mean, I would imagine. Never, I'm just aware of it as a cultural tale. I wasn't among Vosh myself long enough to see it. I was just told of the
Well,
practice.
she puts both hands up. You've seen one now.
That I have. Leans down in a manner of speaking. Well,
Yeah.
either way, he starts talking in Vosh. It's nice to actually be able to bust this out again.
Ellie grins. We don't get to use it very much either. The only one who can understand is Kyra, and she has to do a magic thing too.
Kyra nods.
Well, Ellie is speaking in Vosh right now.
Yep.
Yeah, they're conversing in Vosh.
I know.
Yep.
Kyra used her thing.
Okay,
Yep.
okay.
Very interesting.
Can you speak Valen?
Tilts his head at you.
Didn't think so, but
Can I hear a bit of that? I've never heard that before.
we don't. The best we can put together from what we've learned is that it's some kind of. It's some kind of language of the dead.
I'm gonna roll something for him on that. Not a bad roll on his end. Language of the dead. That is interesting. Vaguely recall something along those lines. Years and years ago. It's interesting. I might have to look at that.
All right. Well, if you find anything, let us know.
Absolutely. By no means,
But-
any and all means, please do not be a stranger here. You are very welcome here, Ellie.
We will most definitely not be a stranger. We haven't spoken to another Vosh. She's like starts talking in common, but like as she's talking more, she kind of like doesn't even seem to notice she's doing it. She slips into Vosh. We haven't talked to another Vosh since we were thrown out. We were thrown into the woods to die.
You've been through a lot, kid.
They She pulls out the tongue whip, and just kind of looks at it. We had to survive by, well, killing and eating. Which chameleons, crabs now that we've seen metal, they're much closer to metal than regular crabs.
Oh, you're bringing back some memories, kid.
Were they there too?
Yep. Similar predators. My island was probably. Did you have any of the giant lizards? Like the really
Yes.
big ones that walked on two legs?
No, did I?
Roll a nature check.
Okay. I'm not great at that. Nature. Oh god, I have a 0 on that one.
11, okay. You remember, like, the occasional big bird and the like that walked around? But they're talking more like cassowary size.
Okay. Don't think we ever saw any of those.
Oh, you
man.
mean those birds with black feathers but blue skin and lay green eggs? They're so fucking weird.
See, these were, was trying to. One of them couldn't fit in this room.
That's big.
Must have been on a much bigger island than yours. Yeah, they were a little rough and tumble things to live around. We tamed a few of them, actually. Some of our chieftains would ride on them.
Wow. That's something. We've never seen anything. Well, we've seen some things since we were taken, but yeah, we were taken. Obviously, an airship showed up. We didn't know what it was. We didn't hide very well, and we were taken up into the airship.
Smaller airship, I'd wager.
Smaller. Not sure if they grabbed any other watch that time, but they had others on board. They had us in a cage.
I can only say you were very lucky you managed to get away from that. To my knowledge, you probably were doomed to die in an arena.
Probably.
It was done for Groran, so.
Indeed.
Mako was, I believe Mako was on there too.
Not on the ship, no, but we had a very similar experience from the same guy.
That's a whole nother story. But well, she summons Leia into existence
Interesting.
in our moment of need. She came and, she does her swap places.
He kind of double takes for a moment and leans back. Fascinating.
This happened.
I
We
imagine-
stole a bunch of her gear, took ours, what little we had left, and freed another prisoner.
Lucky you. I'm sure that ability is very handy in jailbreak sort of scenarios.
I want to see someone try and keep us in the cage again.
Well, don't wish too much. There's some very expensive cages that I don't know if you could get out of.
Fair.
That's a morbid conversation. So, what brings you here to Fanto if the Empire brought you here against your will?
Long story short, we were in Ipswich. We met the others, minus Kel. We met him later. We dealt with a deep scion.
This'll nonsense. Terrible.
We got cursed.
Oof. Well, you're clearly not anymore.
No.
I wouldn't have let you in the door.
Good to know. we went on a quest to cure us. We met Kel along the way. God, we fought a demon. We met Patina. She's in Vox. This is just like this whole conversation at this point.
He's just nodding along, just demon, okay. Infernal magic.
Tell him that I
Uh,
died like 5 times.
I think you're leaving out the part where how we all got involved, Ellie.
I said we met you all in Ipswich.
Yeah, but that's kind of.
Well, we're not going over every single solitary detail. I mean, we could go into more detail if you like.
If you want to share your own end of the story, by all means. I've got nothing else to do. Business is a little slow today.
Well, we ran into
Because
each other in
I met
Ipswich.
Mako and one of the potential buyers of Ellie when she betrayed me in a ruin when I was in college and left me for dead and declared me dead. So for like a few weeks I was persona non grata in Madrid.
That's rough, buddy. The old declare the person you don't like dead bit. Seen that a few times.
A few times.
Oh,
That person is now currently drifting the astral sea somewhere.
Oh, it was great.
Seriously, remind me not to do that ever again.
No.
Oh.
If any of you ever suggest it, we're throwing one of the bags off a cliff.
Hold on now. Are you talking about what I think you are?
Probably. We
Did I
You're
climb
trying
on
to
top
make-
of an airship, planning to shove 2 bags of holding together and kill myself? Yes, I did.
yeah. You almost
You
did.
probably heard of the time my sister did the same at her estate about a decade back.
Oh, geez, the Abrams fire, yes.
The
That
April
was-
fire.
That was a fascinating night, let me tell you. Missing persons cases, some officers patrolling all around. Those of us with magical talents could just look at that and say, there is no going back from where they've gone.
Yeah. Kel,
Speaking of which, is that giant hamster still in the local museum?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I haven't been there in a while, but last time I was there, it looked to be in pretty good condition. Fur was starting to deteriorate a bit, but that's just the moisture in the air. It'll get to everything.
yeah. Kel. Come on, talk about yourself some too.
Hey, don't force the introvert.
Well, you just said to share about everyone else too.
If you wish. I mean, I could put a few things together, but... Well,
Okay.
Minotaur, your accent says you're Sarkozy, which is interesting.
Tom claps with that and goes, I love it when he plays the guessing games. Always messes with people. Someone with no eyes can see better than people with 2 eyes.
It helps me keep living. Boredom is a silent killer.
Speaking of, should I, turn the close sign around or something?
Ah, it's fine. If someone comes in, I'll just go deal with it.
Alright.
But yeah, running a... Suppose that would be a good point to ask of it. Is there anything magical you have that you need appraised or detailed or anything? I'm actually...
Kyra. I did pull a bunch of things out of an ancient abandoned gnomish ruin.
Yeah.
Oh, gnomish stuff. That's fun. Don't see that very often.
Amongst other things.
We have some
Interesting.
things. We think we know what most of them do, but it
Kyra
can't
pulls
hurt
out the
to-
anvil rot raven
Oh shit, hold on, let me see.
and the star razor.
Let's see. He takes the bird, just this is pretty simple clockwork stuff. It's old, I'll tell you that much. enchantment's very simple. Honestly, if you showed this to Miss Abrams there, she could probably get this working all by herself. As for this,
She told me to get it praised first, just in case.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this certainly has its value as a curiosity piece. Some nobles would definitely take this for their various cabinets. But its abilities and what it is useful for, it is essentially just a living messenger for long distances. You could accomplish much the same with a common spell.
These aren't magical, but these apparent Kyra pulls out pieces of the Thrykean, some of the Thrykean stuff that wasn't given to Ellie.
See,
Yeah, she just has. Yes, yeah.
These
Definitely.
apparently come from a race of insect people who live under the ground in the Commonwealth.
Yeah, we ran into those too.
Well, that's interesting. Don't recognize any magic on them in terms of what I can see, but afraid that's a little beyond my ken. That, however, looking over at the Star Razor, better be careful who you show that to. That is a family heirloom weapon right there. Somebody is gonna come looking for that. If it winds up on the market, they might be able to trace it to you.
That's why I'm trying to pawn it off as quickly as possible.
Well, I hate to tell you this, but I'm not gonna take that.
Fair enough. If
Wait,
anything, I'll throw it in the ocean.
You're just going to pawn it off?
I have no use for it.
Well, we gave it to you to use. It has spells in it.
Kyra holds up the brain blade.
Well, then we'll take it back if you're just going to sell it.
Or the fucking infesting dagger that's now the dagger of infestation that's now imbued with infernal energy.
Yeah, I gave it to you because I figured you could use all the built-in spells.
Do you? Whatever you can do.
Oh, what other? Oh, I forgot. What size?
It is a free burn of fairy fire.
Oh, that's why Kyra's keeping it. Never mind.
Yeah, it had some built-in stuff in it.
Oh, wait, where's the fire? Oh, that's why.
And it also glows.
Yep, it can emit light. That is a pretty valuable weapon. If you sold that to the right person, I wouldn't recommend it, but you go to the Witherways, you could make 5, maybe even 6 figures off of that if you really tried.
Which weapon?
4-star razor.
Oh.
Though, go to the Witherways at your own risk, and if you walk in carrying something that expensive, you're going to walk out carrying a lot less.
That's why I keep most of my shit hidden.
Noted. You.
That's Kyra just pockets it in one of her pockets on her body that looks like it shouldn't be able to have it, but it fits in.
All right.
Does anyone else have anything? Kel or Anna?
I don't have any magical shit.
Yeah, Kyra isn't giving up the brain blade, but she has the ceremonial dagger she got, but I don't think that's gonna be worth anything.
All she has is the red pepper box that she won by fucking luck, and nobody's getting that.
Yeah. Yep. Kel? Now's a good time. You have anything?
I mean,
Hmm?
got the war pick or whatever, but I'm pretty sure I know what that does.
Yeah, it can't hurt to check.
Yeah, the only other weird thing Kyra has is the Flumper Space doorknob, which she isn't giving up,
Yeah.
and penance.
Come on, Kel.
It's fine. I'm not forcing anything on anyone. Just, if there is something you need
out of
appraised.
curiosity, I
Yep.
might need to give this up sooner or later as Kyra holds up penance.
Oh, geez, let me see that. Oh, wow. This is one angry thing.
Yeah, the demon that Ellie mentioned, it dropped this.
Kyra has been putting it to use.
Clearly. Interesting. Infernal weapons, eh? There's a bit of a tint to it.
And this one used to be non-infernal, but it got a real good hit in its neck, and now all the wasps are on fire.
Wow, if you mentioned that to some people, they would have absolutely no idea what you were talking about and think you were crazy.
Carol does the infesting dagger.
I have not
Ellie.
encountered many infernal weapons, though I will advise a little bit of caution with this.
Oh, that's why I'd rather not hold on to it, even though it's been beneficial.
Well, it's just infernal weapons, if they drop from the body of a demon when they die, there's a piece of that demon in it, tethering it to the plane.
Oh, right. I need to.
Ooh.
Wait, didn't Patina bless it first?
Bettina did look it over, yes. Made sure it wasn't actually cursed or anything.
Grave Cleric did look it over after everything was done. So
I would probably remove anything outrightly malevolent about it, but if this thing still exists on this plane, a little piece of that demon is still in it.
Can it
how
hear?
do we excise that?
You do that, you're going to lose it. Unfortunately, I lack the knowledge and, well, you're not going to find much help from the Embrium.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Can, out of curiosity, can this demon hear us if we...
I don't actually have enough experience to be able to answer that.
Well, far be it from me. Far be it from me to pass up an opportunity. And she turns to Penance and goes, "Bitch!"
Well, I'm sure that was very well deserved.
Well,
Yeah.
if first comes to shove, I'll just throw it in the ocean.
I can't promise what that will do, but that's...
Let them bite.
Let them fight.
No, I'm free. Wait, why is everything underwater?
Yeah, this demon returns after 10,000 long years. What the and then all of a sudden just gets swarmed by a bunch of Lovecraft shit.
Came to
Fucking
the wrong,
Ablas with a shotgun after it happens.
came to the wrong neighborhood, motherfucker.
Just imagine
Ellie-
that one moment from that one Dexter's Lab episode where he goes outside and like 19 different animals just swarm him all at once and attack him. Alright.
Ellie pulls out the adamantine short sword.
Ah,
Pretty sure this is just a sword, but
made of good metal. Little out of my ken. Take that to Pierce, though. He could probably tell you all about it.
we were planning to go there actually. We wanted to customize this plate mail.
Oh, well, that's definitely a good person to go to, looking at that. Pierce is like a son to me, and of quite a few other
Oh.
people. Lovely fellow. You'll never forget him.
Okay. Pulls out her gift cup. We enchanted this ourselves. We don't think it has anything else on it, but
Yeah, I
Otherwise,
can
I'd-
see the little dealy bobber there.
yeah. Well,
Pretty
she steps back away from everyone. Hakshi, and it ignites.
Yep, common flame tongue stuff. Very popular.
Yeah. Turns it off.
Yeah,
Oh, pulls out the regenerating dragon flask.
Very old, that. You were saying, girl?
I don't think I have much else besides Firehold of the Nordaw, but this is way too useful to pass up.
That is interesting. That is just downright astral magic I'm sensing coming off of that. That's rare. Hold on to that.
Oh, I am. It's quite pleasant.
I'll take your word for it. Well,
I think that's everything I've got. Outside, I'm just like, she pulls out a bone dagger.
that's a little beyond my realm. More so if you find any bizarre magical artifacts, anything that feels a bit strange, or if you just need any advice about the goings on here in Fanto, I've been here for most of its lifespan. This city is a lot younger than you'd think. There's originally a gods. When it was originally built, it was a penal colony.
Oh,
That
Like-
explains a lot.
Yeah.
You would have think they would have changed up Drown Hall over the years, but
And I keep some relic of the past, I guess. Yeah, originally this is a place they sent off magically inclined prisoners that were too powerful to keep anywhere else. Send them off to the literal edge of the earth. Then they realized Skystone was here and you could make a bunch of crazy shit with it, and a lot of those prisoners wound up becoming very rich men.
funny how that works out.
Indeed.
What kind of thing?
well, it would explain why Nicole's dad's built the place right next to it.
Indeed. Never really knew old man Abrams all that much, but
Few people did.
yeah, reclusive sort. Ugh.
He was here when Skystone was founded and made a killing off it.
Him and a few others. Abrams used to be a really big name for the disappearances. Yes?
Right, shields. Hell, you have one and I have one.
Yeah, but my mom made that. I'm not getting that appraised.
DV, what? In terms of disappearances, what exactly? Since Kai would know this about disappearances,
Okay. What exactly are you asking?
what in regard to what sort of disappearances?
He's referring to the quote-unquote disappearance of your adoptive father in this particular instance. And there are just general cases of people going missing, but there could be any manner of things for that. It's pretty easy for that to happen.
Kyra just assumed that Abrams just sort of turned into Skystone dust.
Happens to quite a few people. That's the most common silent killer around here. If you ever are walking along the street and just see a pile of clothing sitting on the ground, especially if you get up towards the mine, just pay a little respect. That's probably the only respect they'll ever get.
That's fucked up.
Unfortunately,
This whole indentured thing still does happen here on occasion. If you commit a crime here, drown halls or they'll keep you at night, but during the day, a lot of them get sent off to the mines.
and with that mask.
Sometimes they'll do masks, particularly if they need a workforce that's more stable.
This place stinks.
It has its darker places, yes, but compared to most of Madria, at least here you have a chance at making your way forward. Anywhere else in the Empire, you pretty much have to have a family bloodline of note. Here, weight of your coin purse is about all you need.
Yeah, I just don't much like the idea of living in a place where the air is poisonous.
Yeah, that takes some getting used to for sure.
Is there any way to clean it?
It just floats off into the sky eventually on big enough days. Rain does a lot of good when it does come.
There's
Which
probably
is
some
fair.
way.
I've
What's
never
that,
even-
dog?
It's just, I think there's probably some way to fix it.
Oh, I'm sure there's a solution out there, but right now they're focused more on making a profit off of it rather than examining long-term consequences.
I mean, if you find a way to make a profit out of the dust, and then it'll be cleaned up in a hurry.
Probably.
No, they'll just figure out how to turn people into the dust.
People
that would
wouldn't
be
take
something.
kindly to that, though.
Boy, if they could figure out a way to make money off of that waste dust, that would be... Whoever did that would be the richest person in Groran. Well,
It still can't leave him. Take another rush.
It's a pretty rare sight, and it's a treasured one.
We weren't sure we would ever see one in
Neither was I. I haven't in decades.
decades.
Yep.
Hmm.
Well,
Ellie looks off thoughtfully.
I thought Kyra had more stuff to appraise. I don't think the ceremonial dagger is magic.
it's not, last you checked.
Oh, right. The shield. She pulls out the sentinel shield. This isn't like marked for anyone, is it?
It's very nicely made, but no, does not appear to be, like, it's not gonna be like the sword. It's not an heirloom.
Okay. We just had to make sure because we want to use this.
Useful enchantment.
Yeah. She grips it. We can see everything.
You know how I feel.
Oh.
As she says, I could see everything. Kel's doing the bunny ears behind her.
Ellie's tail goes up and smacks his arm. We can see that, Cal.
You can crack a joke. I love it.
It's rare, but he does.
That just makes the joke more potent.
Yeah.
Well, you're a lovely bunch. Certainly better than most of the folk that come in and out of here.
And you're,
Speaking
well... Kyra.
Speaking, Kyra was gonna want to browse and see what he had, but
Yeah, we'll do that too at
before
some
we
point.
left.
Yeah, absolutely.
What kind
You'd
of
like-
things do you have here?
Oh, my stock rotates. I have a lot of what I have here is on hold for other people. A lot of orders. I'm kind of a middleman of sorts. I ship in and properly handle magical things, make sure there's not any surprises, and then they get sent off. Tonk is one of my more frequent messengers now that I'm getting up in years a little bit. He's been very helpful on that front.
Well, it's hard not to repay a debt. Well, even one that you actually like repaying.
Well, yes. Debt's not the word I'd use, but I suppose that is close enough.
Yeah.
I just...
Debt, friendship, whatever.
Rare thing to see those coincide. Funny story, that. I'm sure he's told you a little bit, but yes, I helped Tonk here get started a little bit in being, him being, you haven't been down to the Wharf District yet.
No.
It's a little different there than here, even. It's where the island keeps all the people who don't have the proper papers to go everywhere they need to go. A lot of, been a big influx of Orcish immigrants there, what with their homeland sinking and all. Donkia came with some of them, and when I heard tell about oddity of a person resembling a giant turtle wandering around, fixing up old Skystone machinery, helping people out with that sort of thing, making weapons for fishing boats, had to take a look.
No.
A lot of
Good with your
broken
hands.
stuff here.
Yes,
Good with your
help.
hands, Tog?
Huh?
Good with your hands?
Yeah, a lot of broken stuff here. It's just kind of, the machines kind of just have a good feel.
Kel's pretty good with his hands, too.
Yeah, I know the sort.
Oh, Ellie reaches into her weapons and pulls out a hand axe made of bone.
Just kind of tilts his head at it and just study it for a minute. Yeah, that's interesting.
She hands it to him.
You just kind of show it off a little bit to Neath. Or Neil. Yeah. You usually don't get anything quite like this around here.
It's a very rare thing. You make that yourself?
Yeah. We made that ourselves, we made our old shield ourselves, and we made our whip ourselves. From various things we've killed.
There'd actually be a bit of a niche market for that here. People wanting exotic arms and the like.
Would you take it off our hands?
I've no use for weapons myself, but
Fair enough.
Pierce might. Pierce loves weird
Okay.
things like this.
That's
Well,
good
we'll
to
see.
know.
Yeah. We also have bone darts.
Yeah, I wouldn't have much use for those. But,
Hmm.
So, what would I roll to investigate this dock?
I'll start by just rolling an investigation check.
Mm-hmm. Come on.
He takes out a bone dart and just like puts it in his hand.
Come.
Just no, she puts it in Elite's hand.
All right, come on. 25.
All right,
Damn.
hold on. Okay. Well, looking all around. His shop is pretty well stocked. A lot of it is just various antiquities and oddities. Some of it is kind of, some of it looks like something that's more just kitschy collector's items that people would buy and put in like a cabinet of curiosities. Fiji mermaid kind of stuff.
So the kind of stuff that you think people would think it's rare, but to an actual appraised eye, it's not really.
Yeah, that's a lot of what's there up in the front that sells, you can tell, and comes in and out of the door. But there are various amulets, various bits of things where you can actually tell this is actually like legitimate magical stuff.
Hmm.
You see various kinds of alchemy jugs, a couple of weapons, not many, a couple of crystals floating about. Like you see one particular amulet that's sitting very front and center, right there in a little glass case that kind of resembles an eye, but it's kind of obscured a little bit, almost like something is being veiled over it. That's one thing that seems right up front. You see a little tiny thing that kind of looks like it kind of looks like a high school metal shop project where someone made a crab.
Wait, a what?
Made something that looks kind of like a crab.
Ah.
Become crab.
Anything dark vision related?
Nothing that you can see that looks particularly like it's made for that purpose. Very little of it's like sold for the purposes of adventurers and function and usually more of a special order. But he does take requests to seek out specific items and order them for people.
All right.
You can request some goggles with dark vision.
Yeah, right now, Kara's trying to think of something how to modify her current lenses to also do dark vision. And maybe trade the Merc Lantern for it.
Yeah, you can run that by him if you wish to inquire about if he has
So
anything.
Kara holds up the Merc Lantern. So I'm looking for something more reliably to help us see in the dark more than this does.
Dark vision stuff, eh?
I would like a modification on these, but we are probably not the one to ask for that.
I don't do enchantment work. Again, Pierce, I don't know about enchantment. That's a little... He won't just mix the mundane qualities themselves, but I can ask around, see if anyone might know. I know a few different shopkeepers around the area. There isn't much of a call for adventuring types here, unfortunately. It's mostly surviving commerce. Most of the people with sword arms that are really good are either paid to guard the foundries or rich people's estates, or they're fishermen.
Oh, not even a call for pest control lately.
Not lately. It does happen on occasion, though. With all the rise in automation, there are quite a few automaton guards down there in the sewer system.
Uh,
I suppose that doesn't work much against the rust monsters.
Not too many of those here, thankfully. They've culled their numbers pretty thoroughly.
shifty eyes.
Ellie inadvertently brings the rust monster resurgence.
Mind if I see that?
See what?
The lantern.
Kara holds up the lantern. The
He's
Merc
gonna
lantern.
he's gonna kind of study it for a minute, and he's gonna reach into his pouch and take out what looks like a very small and compact pair of glasses with very minimal embellishments on them, and they're shaped to fit a turtle's face. He goes, well, these can give you dark vision, and
Ooh.
he goes,
Kara wasn't referring to giving the Merc lantern dark vision.
oh,
She's referring to her own lenses.
that,
What the Merc lantern does is it creates
Yeah.
a light things that dark vision can't see. I think it is.
Yep, it essentially produces a light that does not catch the attention of someone with dark vision.
gotcha. And he goes, well, that's a lot easier. I apparently made these, but I don't rightly remember when it happened.
Donkey is pretty good at tinkering and the like. Maybe he could figure something out, but
Yeah.
need equipment for that sort of thing usually.
Yeah,
Well, Cole has equipment for days. That's for damn sure.
Well, maybe you could figure something out on that front, but that lantern is interesting. I'll be happy to take it off your hands if you don't want it.
I'd like to have a replacement for all of us before it's.
Hey, absolutely fair.
We do need this. We kind of need help seeing in the dark.
Oh boy, yeah, I'd imagine so.
So far, we've been relying on this and what an alchemist we knew could produce. Although, understandably, our alchemy source is no longer viable.
Indeed. Well, there are some out and about here. If you know Miss Abrams, though, you've probably got access to about the best one you can have. Either way. Well, if there's nothing else, if you need anything, or if there's any particular items you'd like to inquire about finding, anything like that, I can put some feelers out. We talk about commissioning an order, seeing if we can get something shipped in.
Well, we'll keep that in mind.
Absolutely.
If you see anything Bosch related, can you let us know?
Oh, you'll be the first to know. Come back anytime, Ellie. Any questions, or if you just want to have a conversation in a language you don't normally get to, it'd be nice.
We will. We haven't gotten to use that in a while.
It's a pleasure.
It has been.
Don't be a stranger, kid. You and all the rest of you.
And you know where we are now.
That I do. That I do. Well, if you're going to head over to Pierce's, Tonk, you could show them the way well enough.
Yes,
They haven't
Kim.
gone closer to the wharf district. I recommend you look around a while. None of you give off the vibe of the kind of people that they'd give a customary welcome to.
Also,
There's one common talent everyone in Wharf has. It's so they can smell privilege coming a mile away.
ah,
Yeah, try to hide that. I don't like it.
Well, if you're traveling with a group that doesn't give it off, you shouldn't be in any danger. Contrary to belief, there are people with money here who are actually doing good. It's just, they're not the richest ones, so they don't get to make the rules.
Unfortunately, that's.
this is going to take a lot of getting used to.
Indeed. But I can say, you do get used to it. Now, off with you. I won't take up any more of your time. Come back anytime if you need anything.
Will do.
We definitely will.
Good day. You're always welcome at Othniel's Oddities.
It's been a pleasure.
Best of luck.
As Kel gets up and accidentally bumps his head. Good tea. Tiny house.
Big guy.
Aww.
All right. You
Once
advance.
they're out of the building.
Yep.
Can you believe it? Another Vosh, and he's been here so long. He must 80 years.
I'm actually kind of miffed I didn't remember him.
Well,
Well-
thank you for this. He's actually kind of made his day.
He's made ours.
Don't get to see Off Keith quite this happy.
Aww.
Neil. Yeah. I have such a problem with his name. I've said it like 5 different ways. Anyways, sorry.
That's fine. All right, so as you make your way out to Pierce's, we're going to take a brief break here.
Okay.
You guys need to get anything?
Okay. Talk, Raven.
How long were you and BB working with this?
Few months now. Few months now.
Oh my god.
So, while I've always meant to start watching the show, I knew I couldn't just listen in one day, because you'd be suspicious. So I started early and just started, hey guys,
Motherfucker.
here to listen in.
I'm not
Damn
gonna
it.
trust anyone listening in who's not.
Lydia's playing the longest of cons.
I'm always open to people with pitches.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Yeah. It's just been fun throwing him back at familiar stomping grounds.
Oh.
Yep, been excited to do that for a little while now.
Nothing, Lydia. It's making a joke. I've been here for.
Yep.
And,
Just making jokes. Just making jokes about people who've been listening in a while.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So, does anyone actually need to go and do anything, or we can keep going if you like?
I need
I'm
to go
good.
take a quick pee break, but it shouldn't
good.
take long.
Mhm.
Well, since he's going, I guess I'll grab something. Nora, hungry.
Yep. I just figured, with us moving in on industrial times and everything, with that, I just figured, hey, this would be a good time to revisit that, potentially bring someone else in, and an artificer would actually be a pretty good fit to bring in here. So I just DM'd him once, said, hey, you interested in bringing Tonk back?
What did you get?
Hell yeah.
Did you get back all caps?
Pretty enthusiastic response, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just seems like just a very organic point for it, so
Mm-hmm.
He does fit in here at Fanto.
The funny thing is, I'd figured out the whole thing, all the dragon turtle stuff and everything that I introduced last time. I figured all that out just from talking with him about all of that. And then Nora comes in and asks about playing as that turtle, and I'm like, oh, well, I happen to have all of this.
That was unintentional foreshadowing.
It really was. That's why I
Alright,
took advantage of it.
Okay, I'm back.
We'll come back.
I just got something in the microwave, but I can just go run that and grab it when it's done, so I'm good.
Yep. All right, we're all back. We'll just progress forward. So,
But as we're going, I'm just gonna scan the crowds,
all right.
see if I see anyone familiar or sketchy at least.
Well,
All
the
right,
thing
go
is,
for it.
can we see you before you see him and would hide?
Not necessarily,
Yep,
because that's a 25 on perception.
that shield you've got. All right. Scanning the crowd as you're walking out, it's late morning. You're seeing quite a few people making their way now to secure a place to get a midday meal. People looking for food mostly. You don't see anyone particularly cut Percy,
Okay.
but as you do go down, like you see a couple of little boys and weirdly almost creepy enough, they're kind of in gas mask sort of attire, standing there
Oh
in the
God.
corners, holding up newspapers and fish wraps and the like, talking about the tragedy that's befallen the Madrian Western Fleet. You don't see
Okay.
anyone familiar.
All right. It's he's here somewhere.
Yep.
Ellie's just like
Yeah, Flint did not agree to stay in the Abrams estate at all. Pretty much as soon as you guys landed, he said, "Well, I'm out later." Jumped the fence, disappeared. When you approached and told him, basically asked why he was just leaving without saying anything, he said, "I'm alive. There's a good chance yesterday that I wouldn't have been. I'm grateful for that. I'm going to keep myself alive, and because of that, I'm leaving."
Fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As they
All right.
pass the newspapers, Tonk is going to pass some gold and buy a paper.
All right, cool. All right, the gas mask clad child just, "Bless you, sir." It's like, "Good to see you, Tonk," and keeps on running the other way.
Good regards to Margaret. Yeah. Fuck me. Yeah. My regards to Toddy.
Like, "I'll let him know." And it immediately moves over to another corner and starts telling a completely different story. "Mysterious flying object sighted over Sarkozy airspace, surrounded by storm clouds. Is doom imminent? Find out."
The approaching storm is now heading for Madria capital.
Sarkozy and elemental magic. Yeah, that tracks. Sounds like home.
Like, oh, that's weird. Like, unidentified flying object over home. Wonder if I could sense that. Hold on, Cal. I'll be BRB.
God.
And Kel just hears in the distance a muffled, "I am the storm that is approaching."
Like,
I smell edge.
You sitting here with Skype disconnect in your head.
oh shit, that was cool. So Kel. It's not far from Volenheim, actually, right now. I haven't seen one of those in ages. That is straight up a gnomish airship. It's like, wow. Small world. Didn't think there were any of those still functioning.
Well, guess I have something to share with the class once we're in private.
Yeah. That's definitely something they would like to know. Man, those things are so cool. They shot lightning and shit. I rode on one of them once, like a surfboard.
God,
Oh God, it might be the same one.
Wow.
They shoot lightning and shit.
I got into some stuff back in the day, let me just tell you.
I fucking love with them, Arn.
I can imagine.
And now there's 5 horrible gremlins driving it.
Lily hasn't gotten her proper party in, so remember, there's 2 other gremlins that she knows.
More gremlins incoming.
Yeah, one's a cat, one's a goblin.
Oh god, now I have to stat up fucking Ari again. God damn it.
Yeah, you do!
Alright. So, you're down in the lower portions of the market district now, and let's add in a little extra ambiance now as you get closer to the wharf district.
These fucking
Fancy.
background sounds.
All right. You start to hear water a little bit more frequently as you're getting down a little bit closer to the coastline.
Well,
There's not many sounds of seabirds and the like, thankfully. The skystone kills most of them before they can actually roost here. So,
So what's in the place of sea lions?
oh, actual sea lions.
Oh. What?
Yeah, old school D&D.
Oh.
Ellie looks at it.
You said you're hearing ARF, you just hear literal lion roars.
Yeah, pretty much.
Ellie sees what it's like. One day.
Yeah. Looking out into the ocean, you see shit like... Hold on, as soon as it loads. You see shit like that.
Oh my god.
Yep.
Their only natural predator? Shark.
Yep. Don't see any sharks out and about at this exact moment, though. Looking out there, it's very murky today.
Yeah, you just see a sea lion going out, then there's something gets shot in the air.
Oh, good
I miss
lord.
our shark
As a
friends.
fucking breaching great white.
I miss our shark friends.
All right. As you get down to wharf, you start to notice more and more, there's less humans appearing, and the ones that are typically dressed a little bit more in rags, slightly more modest clothing. Let's say you're getting down to around in the hither or so. Othniel's was more so around up in here-ish. So getting a little further down to the Tangle, close to the border of wharf. As you approach, you can see you're starting to near the channel right here, and there's one drawbridge powered by gearing, a couple of drawbridges actually, and across on the other side, with the fog clears, you see they make Nicole's home look like a garden shed.
Oof.
Just vast palatial living spaces all lined up along the shoreline. Massive, massive homes. Way too big for anyone to ever need.
Why are they so big?
Do they have?
Because their peepees are small.
Do they have just lots of people in? Are there several families in there, Kyra?
By families, maybe several families of servants.
Yeah, usually.
Several families of
Are they-
servants probably serving like at 1 to 3 people actually own the place, but
Are they servants or are they slaves?
coin toss.
Ugh.
Some of them employed, some of them are employed with an asterisk.
Prisoners with jobs.
mm-hmm.
I really hate that.
Yeah,
Yep.
same.
Alright, the power. You just hear you just see an orc walk by within earshot and keep going.
Fight the power.
Cal can actually understand orc.
Now you're seeing a lot more of them as you're coming down. Like, a lot more. They're starting to outnumber the humans.
Hell yeah.
And a lot of goblins there, too. More tieflings are popping up now, but there still aren't many of them.
I imagine there's
Right.
like infernal graffiti now.
Oh, yeah, you see infernal glyphs, lots of orcish writing, lots of stuff that amazingly does look like spray paint.
I imagine there are like a bunch of like wadded posters all over the place now.
Oh, yeah, we're getting into that part of town.
Oh.
You just see one of a mass tiefling, and he's like, as you see running, oh, they didn't get my right side written on it.
Ellie's gonna just grab. Is there actually any wanted posters as we're going?
And you recognize?
Like any that like within distance.
Yeah, there's some like across the street, about 25 feet away. Yeah, you could reach him pretty easily.
All right, Lily's gonna jog over. Let's grab one, take a look.
All right, you behold a picture of what appears to be a. Let's see. Just roll on a random table to see what color they are. Oh, that's fascinating. Okay, you see a Persian tabaxi.
Oh.
That just looks. It's got like the Princess Monster Truck underbite.
Okay.
Like
Probably voiced by Ron Perlman.
Wanted.
The way they look.
Wanted Princess Cuddlebutt.
Oh my god.
For
God.
crimes against the Empire.
So they must be pretty friendly.
Does not say what kind of crimes.
Yeah, does it?
So, the crimes are, in general, banditry, all manner of horrible things, lots of thievery, some dashing escapades and picaresque sorts of endeavors. Dude's a thief and a brigand. Pretty popular one around the area, around the Wharf District.
Oh, okay. You might like this fellow.
How?
Princess? Nah, he'll kill you, another orc says as they walk by. He'll kill you 6 ways to Sunday. Got you like a fish.
Is there a problem?
Yeah, no more than anybody else. I mean, we got a narwhal here now. That's, things is kind of different.
What's
He's new
that?
around here, right?
Yes, we are.
Yeah, well, just kind of, leans in a little bit. This orcish fellow's probably about 6'9" or so. Kind of
Okay.
lanky build, just kind of looking around, looking you up and down. Swarthy, got a lot of scars running up and down the shoulders, some of which appear to be kind of ritualistically applied.
Ooh.
Has a bandana across the top of his head.
I like your scars.
These old things? Yeah. Fond memories. Wedding day.
Estella just grins.
So, anyways, you seem alright. You're heading anywhere in particular? Need someone to point you out somewhere?
We have our directions, but thank you.
Well, talk, yeah. You're in finance then. So, hey. So, Norwalk had something for you. Wanted to thank you for that thing you handed him. That, what do you call it? A harpoon?
Yeah.
Harpoon gun?
Harpoon launcher.
God's alright, you should have seen it. He tested it out the other day. Almost knocked him on his ass.
Perfect. He hit what he's aiming at?
Oh, there ain't nothing left of what he was aiming at.
That's what I want to hear.
Yeah, see you around.
A brum. Catch you at the pub.
Hey, you're buying.
Again?
It's like, no. I'm just messing with you. You got guests. They'll be paying.
He's going to wave him off.
But all serious, no. Avoid Princess. Princess is bad news.
Gotcha. We should keep an eye out for Princess as soon as he's out of earshot.
Look, I'm not going to tell you a business, but when an orc tells you to avoid someone, consider it. Just
We will, but we're just keeping an eye out. Doesn't mean we're going to do anything.
Ellie, we can't rehabilitate every criminal we come across.
Hey, it was one guy.
That was an accident.
It was one time.
It was one time.
What I'm saying is, I'm hoping we're not looking to start a trend.
How much is the bounty?
Bounty at this exact moment is, I'd say... I'm going to roll for it. Alright. 8,000 gold pieces.
Fuck! What?
Pretty notorious little crime boss you're looking at here.
Oh, okay. Alright.
You can actually, one fun detail, if you look at a poster next to it of the same person, you can see another one where someone graffitied over it to where they have the, hold on, I'm just going to type it out. Someone graffitied over the face to have that on it.
Oh my god! Alright. We're keeping an eye out. I'm gonna keep an eye out.
So what's the most expensive wanted poster on this?
Make an investigation check. Oh, you guys are
Alright.
challenging me today.
I've
Yes.
been out of the loop for a while. Let's see what mage right here considers the most notorious around here. Come on. Roll 20. Load.
Oh, thank goodness for that. Otherwise, it would have been your. It's like Kyra Scott. Wait a minute. Okay.
21.
21. Okay, that's a good enough roll for that. You find a older one that's kind of buried in the back. That's got a few behind it. That initially, you find this is going to be a multi-step thing. The first one you find is wanted. It's like Regis Womack.
Ooh.
Huh.
For crimes of terrorism against the magistry. But then you see that he was successfully apprehended. But then you see another one not too far away down that looks much newer and no longer has the apprehended attached to it.
That says Regis?
Regis Womack, yes. Warning, subject is of sorceress bloodline, exceptionally strong mage of offensive capacity. Do not engage unless sufficiently skilled. Bounty. It's like bounty is not actually listed. It basically says bounty discussed upon completion.
Oh, that means it's really expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing you put out if you advertise it, you think you're going to have a bunch of people go to their deaths.
Hmm.
From what I remember of Corinne, didn't she mention something like that?
She mentioned she had a brother in prison, yes.
Oh fuck. Yeah. Okay. I was like, wait a minute.
Okay.
Then.
That brother being in prison is part of the reason why she got relegated out to being in Ithwich because of the family connection.
Oh, that makes sense.
Oof.
You
Oh,
see the face and everything from what you can see. Like, you remember he's a Frank just for your own internal pictures of him, who had a very soft, friendly face. Imagine that with all the body fat gone and looking much more chiseled. Like, it's the Virgin Chad difference in many ways. Except this guy's eyes are slits, and you can see various bits of scaling patterns running along his face.
Oh. Oh.
Dragon blood?
No, I'm gonna look. I'm gonna look for one that has anything to do with necromancy.
Oh, all right. Make an investigation check.
I suck at these. Let's go. Where are you? Investigation.
So that's the only.
Let's go. 13.
13, okay. Noted. All right, you're saying, Kay?
That's the most expensive one we found?
That's the most expensive one, and that's the only one that doesn't have a price listed. If I know what you're implying, and yes, you do see various tiefling-related
I was
freedom
actually
fighters.
referring to Ashen.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Just to keep I can make my own jokes about mine.
yeah, you could at that. Okay, so,
That was a fucking Moogle.
yeah, it was.
Sorry.
What's that, Cal?
There's a Moogle at the edge of your vision.
Cal's head just snaps up. That's a fucking Moogle.
Just runs off after it.
Yeah, no.
Sarah's been out of the loop a while, so she wants to know.
Okay. You actually less wanted posters because most Ashen wear masks. and identities are harder to tell, but you do see various propaganda posters of do what you can against the Ashen Menace, things like that. And you have heard
Right.
stories. There have been arson attempts by Ashen agents in the city, too.
Oh. I'm really glad we changed the my cloak.
Yep. You did good there. You really did. That would have made walking outside difficult. Okay.
That gave me a thing to think about, though.
I imagine there are Ashen versus Tiefling gang turf wars in Wharf District.
Oh, yeah. There are definitely gang wars in that region, yes. There are Ashen sympathizers you see walking around. They're very much of the edgelords who watched V for Vendetta and thought it was a good idea types.
Hey, don't call out my teenage self.
Anything necromantic related?
Okay, with the check you rolled, there are the occasional erstwhile things about illegal necromantic practices and people being called out for it. Is there anything in
Okay.
particular you're looking for?
Just general necromancy stuff, because, she's got some necromancy stuff going on.
Yep. Yeah, nothing like huge. It's largely just commonplace stuff like somebody, like some black market stuff of somebody like reviving and stealing cadavers, things like that.
All right.
You do see there are wanted posters about Ashen. There's wanted posters about the Abyssal Menace, and it shows like a fish person sneaking into a crowd. Doesn't
Oh
look
my God.
doesn't look nearly as
Terrifying is the real thing.
Yeah, the Deep Scion you guys fought actually was pretty intimidating. This is like a realistic fish head from SpongeBob.
Wonderful.
Hyper-realistic fish head.
Yep. I'm a realistic fish head, and this is the Fry Cook Games.
Oh my God. Well,
Cal's just slightly scanning over the posters, not for anything, just colorful faces,
Mm-hmm.
just for amusement's sake.
There's plenty of them, all different manner of folks. You actually see a very, very old one that, you'd actually see a very old one if you're just looking over it absently. Let's see. Oh, yeah, that's definitely enough for roll for that. Yeah, you actually see a very old one for Flint.
oh.
It's up kind of high, so you being the taller one, you being the one to notice, it would make sense. You kind of pull it out, and you see a much younger, scrappy, teenaged Flint who's got like
Aw.
acne and his patchy goatee. His horns haven't completely grown in yet.
He
Oh.
takes it and looks at it, starts giggling a little bit.
What do you have, Cal?
Look,
Cal? Huh? Oh my God. Cal.
You should frame that in your room.
Yes. Give me that.
oh,
We are-
noes.
we have plans for this. She folds it up neatly and tucks it away.
Could hold on to the real thing, might as well.
Hey.
Do I see anything just scanning
At her level.
at my level?
Make an
Tara-
investigation check
Tara
if you
holds
wish.
her up.
Okay.
Aw.
Tara just picks her up like a scruff of the neck like a ferret.
Just start doing that little earthbound dance. All right, so. All right, a 15. Okay, let me see here. Oh, lucky this. Okay. You see nothing of particular consequence looking up above. Nothing that immediately catches your attention and puts you down. So you request to be put down, and upon looking around, you notice something put down specifically at goblin/halfling height. Special performance, one night only.
Oh.
Like odd Albert Swift song.
What?
She grabs that.
What do you find, Rana?
When does the date say?
It is 9 days from now.
Oh,
The location, the Witherways.
Shit!
What?
She waves
What'd
it
you
at.
find?
She waves it at you to take.
She like tries to look at it, but she like, grabs your arm. Just keep it still for a second. Oh. Oh,
Nine
oh.
days. 9 days from now.
9 days.
Kyra, where the hell is the Witherways?
That's the really bad part of town.
Well, fuck it. I'm going there in 9 days.
We'll be extra careful.
Well, more things change, more things stay the same. Should keep it
Yeah,
getting on the pierces before it gets too. Oh, before I get mugged.
Hey, if you get mugged, we'll stab someone for you.
Pretty
How's
sure
that?
if anyone actually tried to mug you, like 6 orcs would run up and start beating them up.
Well, that or pickpocketed.
Someone tries to mug you or pickpocket you, and fucking orcs show up and start JoJo stuffing them.
Tech's gonna give it to you all over again.
Well, I'm gonna hold on to these two myself. The foot one and the princess one.
Feel free.
I'm gonna take that flyer.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you, Kel. This is amazing.
As you're walking down the street looking at that, a goblin walks by, and she just kind of looks over and goes like, "Oh yeah, I saw that. Say, you a fan? Is he any good?
Yes, he is.
Sick. Might have to check that out."
I highly recommend him.
Sweet.
Aww. Aww.
Nepotism at its finest.
Does it count if it's not like a parent using the family tie? Wait, I don't know what nepotism is. What am I talking about? Never mind.
She looks at you and goes, "You heard him at the festival."
Yeah. He was pretty fucking good at the festival, Kyra.
I mean, that weird instrument he was playing, it's impressive he was able to hold the crowd at all, but it worked. Damn it all, it worked.
Yeah, like, even your music and his music are different. Both nothing we've really heard of before, but not the same either.
Get the distinct feeling from what you've described of your dad. He's probably capable of magical musical feats very few could.
Yeah, he like I said, he disappears from home a lot, and he keeps coming back with more different music. So I think it's just him. It's not from home, it's just him.
Well, now I really want to know. Well, we'll have to brave creepy black market area sort of place at night, most likely, but, your dad will be there, so I'm not really worried about our safety.
Kyra, do you
So
have
long
a
as
pen?
we avoid Iguana Street.
Kyra, do you have a pen?
What?
Do you have a pen, Kyra?
Kyra, I always have one.
It's like, do I?
Reaches into her pocket, pulls one out.
Hey, could we borrow that?
You want black or blue?
I also have red in case you need to make corrections.
Okay, she just grabs all three. We'll be right back. She runs back over to the board and just picks up like a one that's like already found. Jots something on the back and sticks it back to the board and runs back up with the rest of the hands. Kyra back her pens.
What did Ellie put up?
You want to go look? Or just ask. Do you?
I mean, Kyra, what did she put up?
Are you going to ask or are you going to look?
I think that wasn't in character ask.
Oh, okay. Just a note for any lost Vosh.
Huh.
It's not likely to be found by any, but, can't hurt.
Aw, looking for friends out here. That's sweet. Oh God, did that sound sarcastic? I actually wasn't
Kind
trying
of,
to
yes.
be there.
A little bit.
Yeah, that's a thing. I'm working on that.
Yeah,
Not
and
very.
Marco, yeah, Marco has a hard time turning that off.
It's just so natural.
It's fine, Mako. We understand. We're we if we hadn't found you guys, we don't know where we would have wound up. So if anyone else finds it and needs help, we're here. Might as well let it be known. It specifically says, lost Vosh, contact, such and such. And then it has the same message written in Vosh. Which is probably a very weird language to see written down.
Yeah, it is, for sure. All right. So, after you pass by the various collections of wanted posters and get into some of the other areas, you start seeing more of the newsy sorts. You see people working on boats. You see lots of people in outdoor stands processing fish, which is a pretty rare sight in this world, honestly. But you realize a lot of people coming up and buying them. This is probably the closest access to easy food these people in this area have.
Aww.
Lots of people who are very scarred up. Lots of people who have clearly given of themselves to earn their living here.
Oof.
Little rougher part of town, but you do eventually come upon, right around the edge of the Market and Wharf District, a somewhat dingier looking building than Othniel's, but it has a really, really big sword hanging down on the front above the doorway.
Is it
This-
an actual sword or is it like a decoration?
Make a investigation check or perception, your choice.
I will do
Yeah,
perception.
Karen's good at one of those.
Yeah, I'm fucking excellent at one of those now. Ooh, that'll be a 26.
16.
All right. Okay, so perception. Whether it's real or not, that is a cutting edge on the front of it. And if one of those ropes holding it up snapped, somebody'd lose something.
Oh.
As for what it is with that investigation, Kyra, that appears to be a very old and very restored great sword that was probably wielded by a giant.
Oh,
That's a
would that
giant's
mean,
great sword right there.
Oh,
that mean Rana recognizes that?
would I?
Similar enough make, but it was made for a much bigger model, so to speak.
Well, if only someone in the party had a giant living in his head.
It's like, ooh. You immediately hear Uthermarn perk up at the side of that. Oh, damn. That is sick.
Wait, is that
Oh,
mine?
man. It's like, Can you get a closer look, Kel?
Sure.
Just, man. Oh, my God, this was... Oh, man, so much nostalgia right now.
Don't tell me you made this one.
No, I didn't. This is a frost giant weapon.
Frost
Haven't
giants,
seen it.
huh?
Haven't seen any of them in ages. I didn't even know they were anywhere still around, but pretty sure, well, most of the giants left, but, God, this is in really good shape. I am, really impressed. We have got to meet this guy if he's hung this up there. So, I don't even mind the fact that he carved Pierce's protectorates into the front of the flat of the blade there. The engraving's actually really nice. Damn, this guy knows his smithing stuff.
Well, and he tells Kyra because he knows that she'll like it. Genuine giant.
Yeah, I figured.
Frost giant.
That I didn't.
Aw. Look
I'll
at
be,
you.
it's like, I'll be happy to tell her all about it sometime. Give him a whole info drop on how giant shit worked. Crazy stuff. We made some amazing things. But anyway, I want to meet this guy.
Well,
This guy has a giant,
Introvert, no.
this guy has a giant sword hanging above his building. We want to meet this guy.
All right, you open it up, and inside you can see several other very massive weapons and armor pieces and a giant helmet, a lot of it hanging from the ceilings and various bits of chain link. The interior is a little more humble. You could definitely tell that, even compared to Othniel's, it's a little bit of a more rundown building, but it's very likely that those are the primary attraction. Lining along the walls are all manner of mannequins with armor plating of different kinds and makes, different kinds of weapons. Some tailoring mannequins have some very fancy bits of clothing. There is a warm crystal light kind of going from a few little sconces along the walls, and it's like, yes, hold on, I'll be right with you. Oh, my. And emerging from the back, you see what appears to be a half-orcish gentleman.
Ooh.
With a very, very prominent black polished moustache. It's like,
Great.
just, wearing very, very fine clothes that look like disproportionately nice to the condition of the building that he is working out of. It's like,
Hello.
who is this? It's like, have a look at that. He is like, you guys notice immediately, he is staring like super intently at Kel.
Oh.
Uh-uh.
Ellie, hand behind Kel, pushes him forward.
These are a bunch of my new friends. This one's Kale.
Tonk, hey, you made some new... Kel, you say? Hold on one moment, I have got to take a look at this. And he just walks forward very, very quickly. And the second he gets there, he stoops down and starts looking at the armor you're wearing. Genuine Sarkozy chain link.
Yep.
He just holds us stroking his chin for a moment, which is kind of stubbly, but been shaved down very, very close. Just about 6'4", I'd say. Not quite as tall as your average orc, but tall for the human's half of things anyway. Just, this is such beautiful work. It's even the damages just add character. And I'm making a fool of myself. And he stands up and clears his throat. Well, hello all, friends of Tonk. Welcome to Pierce's Protectorates. How might I help you?
Ah, yes, P.S. I remember him.
So
Well, we have
you're the one to
business.
talk to.
Yeah.
Oh, you were sent my way. That's delightful. Who sent you?
Othniel.
Oh, well, of course it was Othniel. That explains Tonk being here. See, well, always happy to help a potential friend of a friend. So, you're funny enough, you actually look a lot like him. Are you related?
No, not relate. Well, kind of.
Similar species, I understand.
Yes. It's a rarity for us to find relatives of each other in this place.
Well, always a pleasure to make new acquaintances, especially ones with deeper meaning. So, welcome to Pierce's Protectorates, where protection is our game. I am Pierce, your humble shopkeep, and how might I service you all today?
Well,
Mind.
yes. Kel.
How'd you come into ownership of the big blade outside?
Oh, that pride and joy? Actually brought it with me. I mean. I switched voices for a second. Alright. I brought it with me from the homeland. Frost giants used to live in Onan. I found it one day while out and about on the shoreline. Whole giant skeleton there. Made a real fuss. That shoreline's long sunk, but I made sure to get that sword and I brought it with me. I just thought to myself, that's a centerpiece right there.
It's very impressive. Like, did you sharpen that, or was it already sharpened?
Yes, I actually did do some work on it. It had succumbed to quite a bit of grime and weathering over the years.
We can tell by looking at it. It looks like it can cut just by touching it.
Oh yes, that's precisely why I put it up there. It works very well as an intimidation factor if you need to. Just all like, I mean, you notice over there and you see a bunch of like stage-style sandbag cords and the like tied up against one of the walls. keep that there as a little way of adding to the intimidation. You know, like one wrong move and shook makes a little pulling rope motion and motions a sword falling and then puts a finger across his throat.
Oh, fuck. We like the way you think, sir.
Oh, best of both worlds I am. So, how might I assist you?
We had some thing we were hoping to take care of, actually.
Oh,
Ellie, we are.
Ellie, of course, pleasure.
We have this plate mail here. We want to get it personalized and fitted properly.
Let me see that. Lovely make. A little small for you.
Little.
Just kind of looking at the various bits of dimensions. Knocks on it a little bit. Sticks out his tongue and just gently kind of touches the edge of one of the glove bits. Just
Ugh.
interesting. Okay. So, you're looking to have it fitted for yourself?
Yes, and we have some ideas for how to personalize it.
Oh, a commission then.
Yes.
Well, I am humbled by the fact that you would come to me at this, especially with such a talented craftsman in your own presence. He points over at a Kel.
Cal is working on his own things right now. He does not have the time.
Oh, you're working on something yourself that's better than that?
Wow.
It's
Cal, be
better,
careful. This guy might like bears.
It's like, well, I wouldn't be much of a smith if I didn't make my own stuff.
Oh, preach, my friend, preach. And he just starts walking back over behind the counter and starts fiddling for some stuff. You have got to show me when it's all done. I mean it. I live for that. All right, let me see. Pulls out a ledger and a little pair of glasses. Oh, that just fit on the bridge of his nose. All right. Well, I don't have any outstanding appointments or commissions of any significance that should get in the way of this, but it still might likely take a little bit of time if you want a safe, detailed job. Plate mail's tricky. Lots of interlocking moving bits and altering of someone's anatomy. I'll have to measure you, of course, and everything beyond that.
We have some spare, like, so we have our old set of armor that maybe you could use for extra pieces.
Scavenging and scrounging, then, eh? Perfectly
If
viable.
Ellie pulls out a bone dart. It's something we're good at.
See? Bone is tricky to work with paired with steel.
We have some actual metal. We have actual metal. We're just taking a point.
I'm all right with that. Just bear in mind, even with this still might take the better part of a month to finish.
Oof.
I have to take my time with this sort of thing. Like I said, plate mail's complicated. Even alterations. Have to make sure it absolutely works from every single potential stress point. Test for weak links. Make sure everything's as reinforced as possible. Make sure it's well padded. Your anatomy is a bit more distinctive than most customers I deal with, so I'm going to have to account for the tail as well. Are you wanting additional armor for the tail, or just a hole for it?
A little would help us keep our balance.
Right. Partial then. All right. Some additional materials for that. Noted. All right. All right.
Are you any good at like enchantment as well?
Enchantment's a bit beyond my kith and kin.
Fair enough.
I know people that I can contact to have something enchanted, but that could significantly increase the price, I'm afraid.
And
That's
time.
fair.
Indeed. You
We
asking
would
for
like to
enchantment?
be able to use this in, when needed. So
Yes, of course, of course. Well, I certainly think this is viable if you provide... All right.
regular
see.
plate mail is 1,000 gold, right?
1,800 actually.
1,800. Right.
That's to buy one that's actually like been made, though. You're asking to
Yeah.
tailor one.
Which I think would be cheaper.
Yep. Still not cheap, but all right. Let's see.
Took this for a man's burnt corpse.
Oh yes, I noticed there's a bit of singed skin on there.
She didn't say that.
Oh, that's actually 1,500 GP. Okay, noted. Okay. For the alterations, adding on extra bits, the unusual anatomy taken into account, my own workers' fees. How quickly would you like this done?
As quick as you could without it being, hurt by the expediency.
Okay, as understood. Not. I have other orders I must ask. So what I'm essentially asking is, would you, if you pay a little bit more, I can expedite the process.
Yes.
Could
Okay
we
then.
perhaps haggle with some materials of our own, perhaps?
We
I
have
am
some
always-
things to offer. But
I am
we'd
always
like-
open to that sort of thing. Yes.
Because I happen to have some exotic materials I procured from the underground of the Commonwealth.
Oh, you
As she pulls
Sure.
out the Thriking spears.
say, oh, chitin. Fascinating. May
Oh,
I?
yeah.
Sure. She hands him one.
Oh, my. You are a treasure. Just kind of. He's talking to this thing like he's making love to it, essentially.
Ellie pulls out her.
These belong to a uncontacted race of insectoid beings. As Kara pulls out a sketch of the Thriking.
Bugmen. Fascinating. Well,
Ellie
this
pulls out the Githka and showing off a little, does a twirl with it.
My, you wield one of their weapons of your own. Did you take it from
We-
one of them in a glorious battle?
Yes, we did.
More or less, yes.
Say,
We
oh,
were in pitched combat with their leader.
It's like, my, what a fascinating group. Oh, I love moments like these.
We have some. If don't know if it's anything you're interested in as well, but we have some handmade weapons and some just pieces of things that we have collected.
Oh, made some yourself, eh? Well, sure. Present.
Pulls out her bone hand axe,
Mm-hmm.
her bone darts. I believe she gave Kyra her bone
Caltrops.
caltrops. Yeah, she has a bunch of monster parts. Anything he's interested in.
Mostly just the
keep
things that have been made into weapons themselves.
He's
Okay,
a
then.
weapon. He sounds like a weapon nerd.
Her old crab shield because she has the sentinel shield now.
I do have. I procured this Orkin stone and wood carving tools, although I don't think that's going to be of much interest.
Well, not for me personally, but if you the market district, I think you'd find some willing buyers there. There's always a need for people working on boats to have some additional wood carving material to work with.
You still have to look at all the Megapede armor, Triton armor too.
Yeah, you
A
got
lot
chitin
of that
from that.
got used. A lot of that got used in her.
Yeah, most
Her
of it
flint
got used. But
Yeah.
there's still
Alright.
some left.
So yeah, instead
some
of 4, I'm going to
Megapede
put
armor?
1 X left on there.
Figured you could probably make use of this, even though it's not full.
Interesting. Oh, this crab shield is delightful.
We made that ourselves. On our homeland, there are crabs that have chitin almost made of metal.
He just kind of knocks on it a little bit. Fascinating. Oh, I might keep this for my own personal collection. Assuming you're willing to part with it.
It served us well, but we have when she peps up her sentinel shield. We do have this now.
Oh, that is a lovely piece right there. Enchanted from the looks of it.
Yes. If we could, we've had it for a long time, but we're not going to use it. So it's probably better if someone else does, or at least admires it.
Well, you'll find no shortage of admirers for this. It's almost a mirror sheen when you polish it. I love it. Well, normally I'd offer a bit of a rate because I have to make a bit of a profit off of it, but he will put 10 gold down for the shield, pay the full market price for it.
Okay.
As for the hand axe, it's bone. I've seen this sort of thing before. It's like, certainly charming and has its own thing. A lot of things like this back home, so it's nostalgic.
It is made, I believe, of the this and the darts. I think are made from the drake,
Mm-hmm.
the sand drake. I believe the sandworm. Yeah,
It's like, oh,
sandworm
Drake
bone.
bone. Just Drake bones. Okay, that changes things a little bit. He's kind of examining it a little more closely. Exotic material indeed. So what was the story here with that one?
Oh, we were ambushed by a sandworm while we were traveling through some desert. the
We were
four
on
of
this
us.
quest to get rid of a curse, and we were accosted.
It's like, my. Adventures in the Commonwealth. Fascinating stuff. Splendid tale.
It was large and it was fairly strong, but it did not stand a chance against the four of us.
I'd imagine not. Well, he will put 5 gold as well down for the hand axe. Just, I am 100% interested in that.
All right.
Kara
Did
has Kara's holding on one threshing spear and one throwing star just for her own,
Mm-hmm.
but she still has one throwing star and 4 threshing spears.
Yep. Okay.
That could be of use.
All right.
Yeah.
These are definitely a little more exotic. I could sell some of them to collectors and people who are interested, but as you said, it's not a particularly well-known source, but I could definitely tell that these are honed to a cutting edge.
I imagine once more of these things become known, it's going to become more of an investment as more people will want them.
Indeed so.
Given how much of the swarms we saw heading upward, I imagine they're going to become quite known in the Commonwealth very soon.
All likelihood, yes. He reaches down and pulls out. He'll go with, like, is 50 all right for that?
That's good enough for me.
All right.
This
Thank
one
you.
is not for sale, but she pulls out her adamantine blade.
Oh, my. So, what a lovely thing. May I?
Yes.
He is just studying it. His eye, he is like getting to anime eyes level of excitement looking at this thing. Oh,
I.
fine. This is special.
Yes, it is.
Oh, wow. I've not seen much of this. You could hang this on a mantelpiece and be the talk of the town for a few days.
Hmm.
Be careful who
We
you show it
prefer
off
to-
to.
We prefer to use it when we need to.
The gnomes made weapons that excelled at cutting through natural materials. Could probably make quick work of just about anyone. It's definitely gnomish make. I've seen it before, just not had many chances to interact with it. Adamantine's a fascinating material. It's very difficult to work with without some very special equipment. One day. And he'll hand it back to you.
Right, so there's those.
These aren't for sale either, but I have these as Kyra holds up the Brave Blade and the Infesting Dagger.
Oh my, another gnomish thing. Other one looks elven? Yes, looks elven. Very old, though. Very old. Certainly know people who wouldn't hesitate to take those off your hands at all. You got some very special equipment on your hands.
Irano holds her hands up and goes, I don't have anything to show you because I don't really use weapons.
All right.
I I kind of wish I did, but I don't have anything interesting at all.
Well, it's never too late to try. Could I interest you in anything?
That's nonsense, Rana. You've got a plenty sharp wit.
Aww.
Oh, silver tongue as well. Lovely.
No.
Kyra's gonna look around and see what he has on offer on shelf.
Don't sell yourself short, Kel. Goes,
You're the short one.
Roll investigation check.
Sure.
I don't suppose you have any. And she looks down at what the armor that she's wearing, which is studded leather. I don't suppose you have anything that somebody of my stature could wear that's a little better than this?
Well, you're looking for something that... And that's quite the mobile thing with studded leather. Good for getting around. Are you looking for something a little bit heavier or something a little more...
Something that I can still move around in like this, but maybe is just a little tougher.
I see, I see. Well, I don't know if I can make anything better than that. I mean, I do sell a few common enchantments. I don't make them myself. I get them from others. But I could potentially enchant the armor you have just slightly. Enough to give you a slight edge, a little slight ward that will protect you from some... It'll divert some of the force of an incoming blow.
That would be good. She says, brushing her hair back. The 10,000 scars that she has visible now.
Right, well, I have 3 certain types of wards on offer.
Oh.
All right. Well... The common, most simple one I could do for... Let's see. I could let that go for... First one I'd say about 450 gold pieces. I don't make them myself, I have to pay for them.
Okay.
For a simple one. A bigger one... Anything beyond that, we'd be talking more so on adding another figure into it. Probably about another 1,000 on top of that. It's a lot more expensive to get a sturdier enchantment.
She thinks
What
about
the
it.
enchantment-
She thinks
what
about
the
it
enchantment do?
for a couple seconds and goes, "Well,
Can't put
First-
a price on life.
well, first of all, I suppose we should just see what Ellie's armor comes to first."
Oh, yes. Apologies.
Okay.
I got sucked into all of the interesting things you were showing me. So... It will take a little bit of time to craft. To expedite this, it will take... It's not quite as much as making the full thing, but expediting it, it's going to be very close. I will... If you want it fully expedited, it's going to take 1,000.
How long is that then? Like what is that time frame?
Fully expedited work would mean that it is the entirety of my attention. Every hour of my day that I am not dealing with a customer or resting or eating will be going to that.
Nod.
So, looking at this, it's not the materials you're providing. It
She
could
has
take
her-
me...
She has her very original chainmail she can give up to.
That
Ellie.
certainly...
Since
Huh?
I kind of dropped the ball on that one, I'm willing to split the cost with you.
That's a lot to split, Kel.
Oh, you're generous too. Lovely.
You sure about that?
Yeah.
All right then.
All right. Leave the materials here with me, as well as the payment. And he takes the plate mail, looks it over once more. All right, if you'll step in the back, I can measure you real quick. Make sure that we have everything accounted for.
All right.
So,
You're all welcome to join us if you like. Unless,
What
of course, you would prefer some privacy. I am...
He's what? You're what?
Second, unless, of course, you... Private, I am. If
You're
nothing, if not a
roboting.
professional.
There you go. Yeah, okay. Nothing but a professional. Actually.
so what does Kyra find?
In the way of enchanted equipment and the like, it's like mostly it's mundane stuff that's ranges from better made. You find pretty much the +1 through +3 versions of most of the standard equipment and things, but let's see. What was your check roll again?
17.
17. Okay. You don't find anything like super exciting and exotic, nothing that would be worth more than what I said. You could find like the +1 through +3 versions of just about everything. Let me see if he does have something on offer. You can ask him if he's got anything interesting.
So, you got anything exotic of yourself?
I do occasionally collect certain things. I don't sell the magical stuff to everyone. You see him just kind of scrunch his face up a little bit. Oh, the thought of something beautiful made just to sit there for protection sometimes. It's very mixed emotion. I don't like selling something to someone who isn't going to appreciate it. But what sort of thing do you use? I saw those daggers. It looks like you're pretty well covered, but...
Well, prior to current events, I'm in the dungeon, the archaeology side of things.
Oh, that explains a few of the things that some of your stories, yes.
Most of the stuff I found, I literally found.
All right.
Like this, pulls out penance, dropped from a demon, and I'm trying to figure out how to get rid of it as quickly as possible.
Ooh. It's a grisly looking little thing, isn't it?
I still say we break it.
I don't think you'd be able to break that. Let me see. That's a pretty good roll. It's dropped out of a demon, you said. Othniel warned me a little bit about that. I had someone try to sell a demon weapon to me once recently.
Yeah, that's why I'm not gonna sell it to just anyone, because that'd be. Although I did have a grave cleric appraise it to make sure it's not actively malicious, but so it's not cursed for what that's worth.
That is certainly worth something.
Person tried to sell you something. Was that a tiefling?
Don't believe so.
Okay.
Pretty sure it was a human. Let me
Yeah,
think.
humans probably wouldn't know what. Most people don't know what to do with a demonic thing.
Yeah, he
Was that-
kind of flips back through his ledger a little bit. Oh, yes, human woman. About 3 months ago, it was... Wow, it was a flail. Now I remember, yes. Really, really over-the-top looking design.
Interesting. I assume he's like taking her measurements while this conversation's happening.
Yep, he has got little tape measures around, just getting all of your various dimensions, comparing it to the armor. Okay.
Like the only two things I've actually bought were Kara pulls out her light repulsor and machete. That have been neglected. Although she's probably gonna keep the machete for sentimental reasons, all the same.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, Ellie can't really bring herself to part with her whip.
You got anything more of giant make?
Oh, do I?
So you wouldn't happen to know anyone that would want to take this, help me expedite the process of getting rid of this, would you?
Well, depends on what your end goal for it is. I'm not entirely sure how that would go. There are plenty of nobles that would certainly be interested in something like that for their own curiosities.
Yeah, and I don't want to have something that would have a demon appear in a noble's house 27.
Here in Wharf, I'm not aware of anyone who wouldn't have malicious intent with that.
That's what I'm worried about.
Ugh. That's
And
tricky.
the Wither Ways is definitely
Oh,
full of
no,
malicious
no.
intent.
Oh, no. Good place to lose it, but not a good place for it to end up. Well, I'll ask around. Tell you what, see if anyone is interested. Maybe some potential holy man who might be willing to attempt to banish it or get rid of it or whatever sort of thing we come up to. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, let's see. Okay. As he's kind of measuring around the base of Ellie's tail a little bit. Fascinating. Aye. Quite a range of movement to this thing. It's going to be interesting to arrange for flexibility. How much flexibility do you want?
It helps us keep our balance. It kind of moves with us as we go.
All right.
So not enough to like use as a weapon or anything, but enough to help keep a counterbalance.
Interesting. All right, noted. All right. I think I have all the materials I need. Writes it all down in a little book and closes it. I will work on this as quickly as I can. I suspect, if I am truly expediting the process here, this should be done in a week or two. Easily.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
I believe Kale had a question.
Yep.
Anything of a giant make?
Yep. Oh, let's see. Most of the stuff I have of giant make is hanging up on here, but I do have a few things. There are giant's knives. Those work rather well as this sort of thing. Let me dig back through my private stock.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at
Mm-hmm.
earlier when he said he didn't want to go to waste and not be appreciated.
Mm-hmm.
Before we got sidetracked by penance.
Yep.
Huh, I thought it was talking about penance.
All right. This here. He pulls out a. Let's see. Let me roll off a list here. Okay. Well, this was made out of giant materials myself. It's more of a personal. Describing it as it's from home. This giant is. This was a ring originally, but it functions more as a belt for most. Wearing it imbues the wielder with a lot more strength.
Oh.
And internally, Kel's gonna ask for Uthermarn to weigh in.
It's like, oh yeah, that checks out. This one in particular.
Any idea what kind of giant make was this?
Frost once again. He slips it on himself, and he walks over, just pulls one of the giant swords, kind of gently lowers down. He picks it up with one hand.
Oh,
Oh. That's got to be handy around the workshop.
Personally tested, yes.
that is impressive.
Yep, impressive and unfortunately not for sale. A little too much sentimental value.
Oh, I understand.
I don't blame you for that one.
Yeah, we understand.
I just happen to have a special interest.
Is that so? Well, that sounds like a delightful time to talk. There's quite a bit of, it's mostly fire giant stuff over in Sarkos from what I've heard. haven't had too many opportunities to look at their stuff. You aware of anything back home I should be aware of for that? Any potential sources that I might seek out?
Yeah.
Chill, 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 chill.
Technically, my whole village. Not sure you've ever heard of Wallenheim.
Can't say as I have, no. I'm going to have to look that up now. That is enticing. Well, Caroline, it's been pleasures to meet you and make your acquaintance. We simply must talk more over this. Always a
Produce
pleasure to meet
Kel,
someone who
so-
values. And always a pleasure to meet someone who values craftsmanship.
Oh, you don't know the half of it.
Well, I'd like to get to know that other half.
Uthermar doing a fucking dance in his head.
Yeah, Uthermar's Fortnite dancing in your head right now.
So I'm not the only one who thought that.
Yep. This guy's a keeper.
Do you have anything else that you think would be useful to us?
Well, if you're asking about the private stock,
Which Skyra was.
I mean,
Well-
yeah, let's go.
Well, there's a few things here and there of interesting make that I've been sold over time. Let's see. Starts
Tom,
digging
you've been
things
awfully
out.
quiet.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not my business. Sorry.
I mean, you were with us, though.
Not a weapons expert. Well, not these weapons, anyways.
Talk just helps keeps the lights on around here, and he's very good at it. Half the shops here would have lost their skylighting a while ago. You have been an absolute blessing to everyone here in Wharf, and we all know it, and we all say it.
He puts a hand over his heart and just does a little, how dare. And he smiles. And goes, and you, sir, are one of the toppest of blokes I've ever known.
Oh, you. Stop. All right.
Never.
Damn you all. All right. You're charming me too much. You make me want to show off everything. Okay. Well, in terms of weaponry, armor, well, there is. Let me see here. What could work for the discerning sorts? Before I get to that, though, have you made any decisions about the armor, young lady?
Yep. Was the what were the enchantments that were on them? Just out of character.
+1 enchantments, just adding a +1 to things would have cost 450. Would have been 1,450 for +2.
Okay.
And much higher than that for +3.
Yeah,
I
actually,
think +3 would be like 4,000 at that point.
yeah.
Yep.
I actually could get the +2, but I'm debating if I should.
It would eat like almost all of your money, but +2 is pretty good.
It would also stop me from getting bitten in half again.
Yeah.
I think it makes the most sense in character for Arana to get the most heaviest one.
Unless you're gonna buy a bunch of spell components, I don't see a whole lot you need that money for.
Don't really.
Yeah, you want a
Wait.
bard.
Don't really use spell components, so I don't really need to hold on to this money, and Arana doesn't have any use for money, so she's gonna go, okay, you can have all this, and I'll take the +2.
Oh, well, excellent. Just
At the very least, get it for my stress.
Yeah, it'll be
Yeah.
much less. We won't worry as much if you're not going to get bitten by something every time.
Yeah, being bitten in half isn't that fun.
It's
You're what
not.
they, ah,
Neither is acid.
you are what they call a ride or die type, I take it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've known a few. You'll get along just fine here.
As she counts
Um,
off on her fingers, she goes, "The deep scion almost took my head off.
The
Yeah.
demon.
The
Demon,
the
and
demon
then,
almost cracked my head open. The wolf almost bit me in half.
my.
We took the deep science head in exchange, and then we cut the wolf in half.
I mean,
Well, you'll certainly take care of one another. In terms of private stock, I don't have much I'd be willing to part with.
I wouldn't blame you in that regard.
I don't really want to necessarily want any private stock. I just want to see.
Yeah, we're kind of interested in seeing. We have our the
Yeah,
Githka.
the main.
Well, perhaps if you're just interested in some of my greater treasures, he, step back with me. He gestures you into his back chamber, and inside you see, probably close to 24 much nicer looking items, most of which are kept in very ornate and very well locked display cases. Most of them a little closer to the size someone his own stature could wield. Well, this one opens one up and he pulls out a sword that appears to be made just entirely out of crystal.
Whoa.
This one's flashy.
Not my
fla-
usual forte.
No, I'd imagine not. I mostly just hold on to it because it does this. He takes a swing through the air and it leaves a very visible light trail
Whoa.
That's
that
neat.
actually like lingers in the air for a moment, almost burns into your eyes.
That's
Is that a
Sweet.
moonblade?
yeah.
No, I'm not sure exactly what this is from. It's crystalline in nature, truly.
Okay,
I was
your
gonna
sword's
burn
up at
a explorer point to cast Identify.
All right, this is a crystal blade. It is made from the spine of a crystal dragon.
What?
That comes from the spine of a crystal dragon.
That explains a lot. It's sturdy, very light too. It emits
What's a
some
crystal?
kind of bizarre charge of light energy when I hit something with it too. Watch. He hits a mannequin with it, and the mannequin just lights up like a disco for a second before the light just kind of explodes and bursts on it.
Ow, eyes.
And hearing that, Tonk kind of shoots a look. Goes, wait, you never had I always fuck with his name. Othniel
Othniel?
identify that for you?
No, I like the reserve some of the mystery.
He just shakes his head and face.
Yep,
You're lucky he's so lovable, or you'd fucking die.
indeed.
Well, we'll apologize for breaking that mystery out for you then.
Oh, I don't mind. Not one bit. It's actually pretty fun in its own way. I just get very busy dealing with things, and when I get something new, I kind of forget about the other stuff. I can also... for a brief moment, he just takes out a little knife and pricks himself in the palm of his hand to the point where a little bit of blood comes out. This is the most interesting part. He swings again, this time hitting at the mannequin once more, and as it hits, the cut on his hand heals.
Is
What?
that a dragon? Is that a dragon's wrath weapon?
It is from Fizzbands, but it is not, actually.
Ah,
I do have a Dragon's Wrath pickaxe.
And let's see, beyond that. Just puts that back in the case. Fond of that one because of how flashy it is. Oh, this one's neat. Alright. He opens it up and pulls out a pretty decent-sized greatsword. It's long and very thin. Classical claymore-looking thing. This one, this one's fun to show off. Alright. Boogie woogie. He throws it up into the air, and
What?
It immediately just stays still in the air and starts swaying and doing a little dance.
What?
Okay, that's pretty funny.
That's
yeah.
Does that react to magic or music?
It's like, try it.
Hell yeah, I'll try it. She starts playing.
It starts moving to the beat.
oh my fucking god!
A relic of Mr. Owl.
A dancing sword.
I love
That
it.
is. Yep,
For a minute-
it's not.
For a minute, I thought I was just gonna return to your hand like my daggers do, but that's a bit more.
Oh, it can do more than just hover there and move to a beat. He points over at that different mannequin. And it points and flies right towards it, impales right through it,
Oh god, it's
and then returns to his hand.
Oh my fucking god!
Ooh.
Very nice.
Like I
Wow,
said, this one's very fun to show off.
Fucking Elmer of the Briar over here.
Mm-hmm.
that's pretty impressive.
Yes, I'm fond of it. These are ones I keep for myself primarily. Locks that
Yeah.
one away. He's like, until next time, my friend. All right, let's see here. Ooh, this one's nasty. He pulls out a. At first, it looks kind of just like a staff, but it has a ring around it at the very top, like a hoop.
Hmm.
This one is. This one's pretty fun. All right, last one I'll show for now. All right, give it a moment, and he kind of twists it a little bit. His eyes flash, and inside of the hoop, a flaming cylinder appears. Right in the middle, forming the shape of what appears to be a very elemental-looking warhammer
Whoa.
that is shining bright like sunlight.
Oh.
Huh.
This one is from home, called Dusk Crusher.
Wow, we love that. That's amazing. That's great.
It can do quite a bit. It can even cast magic out of it. It's a very, very enchanted weapon. Very fond of it.
Also, was the ceremonial dagger I got an Abyss Scion? I mean,
I think the
Remember-
dagger was from before that. You got the brain blade and the other one from the Deep Scion's lair.
ah,
Let's see. Beyond that, got one more to show off here. What's this one? Oh, no, that's boring. Want something exciting. You already have a flame tongue, so that certainly does the job. Kind of starts digging through various closets and the like.
Need a light.
Oh, sure, if you've got one. Thank you. All right. Ah, this one's fun. He pulls out a helmet and puts it on. It is got like a ton of different gemstones all adorned in it.
Hmm.
Certainly bedazzled.
Thank you. All right. I'm not going to waste what this one can do much, but essentially every single one of these gems here has a spell enchanted into it that I can
Whoa.
use. Some pretty powerful ones, too.
One hell of a hat.
Yeah.
Like I could create a massive wall of fire out of the rubies here. The opals here, I can cast daylight from it. The diamonds, though, that's for the hardcore stuff. That's going to be a very fun time. But not today. I have to keep this shop actually standing on its foundations.
Yeah. Yes, you do.
And lastly, he just pulls out a very ordinary looking, looks like a rod made of lead, puts it down. Just want to try?
Try what?
Pick it up. Try it. Move up to
Yep.
grab it. It does not move.
Hmm.
The old immovable rod trick. Gets him every time. He picks it up and puts it away. Well, the private stock I have, I've not anything I'm willing to be giving away at the moment, but if things change or you have something potentially fun of your own to trade for it, well, we can talk things out. Always willing to discuss. Things don't always belong on shelves. Sometimes something needs some time to breathe. As for your enchantment, reaches up onto a shelf and pulls out bizarre little sphere. Appears to be made kind of with a rough texture that looks like polished, watered metal, kind of Damascus steel looking. Hold still one moment. Reaches down and holds it up to the studded leather you've got on, and it kind of melts into your armor.
Ooh.
Sweet.
That should do it. You should have a little bit of an extra glamour there. Your studded leather is now a +2 set.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
18
Do you
armor.
have anything for a prospective delver or a prospective individual of a investigatory nature?
Well, I mostly sell weapons and things that protect, but do you have anything particularly in mind? Clothing, equipment, gear?
Well, my lenses here are, well, they help me find things easier, and I've been trying to figure out how to get dark vision on these.
Mixing enchantments together is tricky. But, unfortunately, that's a little beyond my expertise, but I'll be happy to ask around, see if anyone has anything on that front. There are enchanters, it's just they are fickle and primarily work on commission.
Right.
But I'll ask around, absolutely.
I'm trying to figure out what Kyra needs right at this moment, because she just has a ton of shit, but not a lot of it's not worth giving away, or I can't give it away.
Bailey's just upgrading her armor. There's nothing else that's really going to grab her. But, like, I like looking at things.
I'm just glad maybe I won't die next time something hits me.
Yeah.
Like, I can
All of us
also
are.
buy the +2, but do I need to?
Well, you never know.
You
Your
do
choice.
stick in the back a lot.
Your choice.
You haven't gotten hit yet.
Yet is the key word.
One of us. One of
Son
us.
of this was, anyone who would be interested in buying, like, parts of a monster, do you? Because we have a lot of those.
I'm not entirely sure of that. That is a very niche market around here. Most people who'd offer to buy that would try to eat it.
I guess, if they want to.
Not my Pennywise hentai, but okay.
Yeah. She just pulls out some really big fuck off teeth. Like, these are teeth of a mimic.
We should have a bunch of Hydra teeth.
Oh, we have a lot of things. Teeth. I still have Crypt Spider Venom. I have Crypt Spider Silk. A Hydra neck and tail. 3 Hydra feet. Hydra spines. Body Taker plant eyes. Body Taker plant acid. 4 vials of it. And a mimic teeth and a mimic tongue.
Well, I could certainly ask around about anyone interested in more exotic ingredients and components. You know,
Hmm?
there is the botanical shop down by the wharf.
Oh,
Always looking for bizarre alchemical things.
that might be
She's,
perfect, actually.
I don't know if she's open today. I think she might be away on business, but I will
Yeah.
certainly ask around and put in a word for you.
Oh God.
We are,
We're back.
we're skilled at carving parts from monsters.
Well, noted. Valuable skill, though not too many monsters here.
Uh,
That's because they're all holed up in the mansions.
Well, I mean, if you weren't going to make that joke, I was thinking if it would be appropriate for me to.
Well, I can guarantee you not in the Abrams estate. Most of the things in there are constructs.
Charming. Yes, the inventor, the one who builds things for, honestly, there's quite a few of her inventions all over this island.
Yeah, she's sort of my adopted sister.
Charming. Well, if that concludes our business, I need to get right to
Um,
work on this.
You wouldn't happen to have anything as Kyra pulls off her hat that could do anything with this, could you?
The helmet?
Yeah,
Hmm.
because I know it's not technically armor, but
Let me see that.
Kyra without her hat.
Yes,
Magnificent golden locks.
the shiny Pokemon.
yeah, if you basically took off the glasses and a hair bun, Kyra had very long blonde hair that would look straight out of like a Raquel Welch.
Mm-hmm.
If you take out the glasses, you'll start to squint a lot.
Hmm.
I say this because I know. It's like, oh boy, them some colorful shapes there.
That's me. Like, that's my default setting.
Well,
Okay, by the way, go.
But that,
Hmm.
yeah, that hat's seen a lot.
it has. Looking over, it certainly has some character to it. I'm almost scared to attempt anything. I don't think any elements I have would be able to offer much from this. Fortunately.
Unfortunate.
I would hold on to it, though. Thing's got some stories. Well, still a few hours of daylight left. I'll get right to work on your order.
Thank you
Yeah.
very much, Pierce.
I'd ask for
We-
glamored armor, but I think I'm gonna have Nicole do that one.
Is that Tom?
All right.
Yes, I got one more thing. I kind
Yes.
of lost my old shield in a gambling project gone bad. Do you have another shield?
I've got plenty of shields. Anything you're looking for in particular?
No, just bog and standard.
All right. Anything? Round, kite, tower, anything particular?
Prefer something at least somewhat large enough to cover me middle.
Noted.
Like I
Pulls
said,
out just a pretty standard, nice, round shield that covers, and if you hold it up to your body, covers pretty much the majority of your torso.
he kind of holds it up and does a little ducking motion to duck his head behind it. When he does that, it's just a wall of shell. Just, yeah, it's about right.
Well, that is certainly no issue of mine.
Hey, it's a steel 10, or did you read your prices?
Yeah, usual price. 10
All right.
gold pieces for it.
Cans over the 10.
It's like, done and done. Well, don't lose this
Also-
one.
Before we leave, you wouldn't have to have any repulsor modifications in here, would you?
Few on occasion, but they come and go. I don't. What are you looking for in particular?
Well, something that could help make the loss of this a bit more palatable. I have a magic missile modification. I'm pretty sure I could probably take out the scorching ray modification on this if that's allowed, BB.
Potentially. We can discuss that.
Okay, Harry just doesn't want to have the demonic summoning thing on her anymore.
Well, afraid I don't have anything that's going to be better than that, but I will certainly see if any one of my usual contacts has anything. I'll get back in touch with you in a few days.
Hold on, I don't even think penance is no, penance is a +1.
Yep. All right then. Well, good day to you all. It's a pleasure
Good day.
meeting all of you. Kel,
Pleasure meeting you as well.
I really want to see that armor when you're done with it.
Will do.
I'm going to ask about it.
We will hold him to it.
I plan to come back.
And Orca, she says, thanks.
Like, anytime. Says with a wink back in Orcish to you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so that's how that feels.
Mm-hmm.
As a joke, Tonk says in Aquan, "How it feels."
What?
He smiles.
Oh, how this feels.
Is that awkward?
Yes.
He blinks hard and stares at it and goes, "He'd be one of the few human people I've ever heard speak Aquan."
Yeah, isn't what awkward what Sahagin spoke?
Some Sahagin do speak it, yes. Much you've seen. There aren't any on this island that you've seen, though.
Well, let's just say I'm an honorary envoy of the Sahagin clan, official member.
No, I just kind of know it. Don't remember learning it, but I got it.
They had a cockgun.
Clan
The what?
Tyra's official member of Clan Karkin.
Oh.
Yeah.
We have badges.
We do!
No, you actually do. You have little shark tooth charms.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which doubles as a fine steed, but only for sharks.
Oh, that's cool.
Did it do that?
Yeah, it's fine steed, but exclusively for sharks.
Oh, fuck.
So it's like only useful. I mean, fuck, it's actually going to be pretty useful here.
It
Yeah?
could be useful in the right circumstance, yes. All right, so you make your way out. You have spent quite a bit of time conversing with the two different shopkeepers. You can actually see it's getting a little closer to the evening and sunset now.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
meant when I get back, it gets pretty rough after dark.
Nice to be finally out. And back in we go.
At least we can leave in the morning and go wherever we please.
What do we do around here, though?
Well, there's gambling. You can go and buy stuff. You can get some food. Go home. You can always walk down the alleyways and see what poor bloke tries to stab you. It's extremely amusing.
You know, yeah. Well, we think we'll do that.
Kelly grabs her shoulder. No.
Says the turtle with a built-in back armor.
I don't see what everyone's problem is.
Ellie, who gets stabbed for living? What's the problem, Kel?
You see Arana's horrible thinking face, and you know she's thinking, I did just get new armor.
Kel's gonna look down at her and see she's doing the gremlin face. No.
Hey, Arana, what is the matter? Do you want to do something with me later tonight?
No.
I mean,
So insulted.
I suppose I should behave for the next 9 days so they let me go into the horrible part of town.
That's fair.
Oh, that place is great.
Don't worry, Kel. We won't get stabbed too hard.
Yeah, I'd rather not. I'd rather get back. I don't like staying after dark. Not last few times.
We won't. We won't
Well,
get into
you say
any
that,
trouble.
but I was held hostage for like twice.
Well, that sucks.
Try to get money out of Abrams. What's the fun?
Well, we got a bunch of orky lads here now, and they kind of dogpile anyone who tries hinky stuff like that.
Listen, we've been cooped up for a month. We've done our best to cope with that time. we need to do something. And
That's
if that
it, I'm pretty-
means
I'm pretty
Well,
sure
hobby.
they
We'll figure out some means of blowing off steam. Don't you worry about it.
this place is taking away our hobby, we can't hunt here.
They learned their lesson. I suppose they learned their lesson after they found the third one washed up with Smith's shoes in the bay. But
I mean, you could hunt. You have to go out on the boat.
We don't really get along with water.
Yes,
We,
well,
the water has a grudge against us. We're pretty sure.
To be fair, the water hates everybody.
That's
Oh.
also true.
Always trying to drown us. Like, what the fuck, man?
And I mean, being a fisherman's all about stabbing things in the water.
yeah, you just look out to the ocean and you just see a tidal wave forming a middle finger at us.
We flips it back off.
Only for a shark to just jump up and bite at the finger.
Yeah, we'll find
That's
something to
it,
do. Yeah.
All right. So, sun beginning to set. Go ahead.
Perception as we go.
Sure.
I want to see if I see princess or anything else equally suspicious as we go.
Oh,
Suspicious. Oh my god.
oh no.
oh, perfect. Perfect.
I swear, if Kyra's house is on fire, she's gonna be pissed.
You're nowhere
Not
close
this
enough
shit
to get.
again.
You're nowhere close enough to see that. You'd have to walk for about an hour to make it there. So,
Yeah, but she can see fire from.
I don't know. There's a lot of smog out here. A lot of
Yeah,
smog.
that actually probably just blended in with the smog.
So, as you are going, beginning your trek, with the slightly taller buildings, the sun going down, it starts to go a little less San Francisco, and the mood starts to shift a little more Yarnum.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
So,
At least clothes are getting progressively closer to Bloodborne.
they are. Let's- Wrong one. And they're little mechanical crickets.
Aw.
And little mechanical birds moving around.
That's adorable.
So,
Oh, so that's where Nicole does with them. She's lets them loose.
They escaped.
actually,
Oh no.
They
as the
escaped
sun
the
begins
lab.
to go down and it starts getting darker, the little skystone lampposts lining all the street corners, all just in unison, buzz to life
Oh.
and cast a very eerie glow over everything.
This
Blue,
is
I
weird.
imagine.
I just, yeah. What do my lizard eyes see?
As you are walking along, hearing various
Oh.
sounds of commerce and people getting sauced, you see something at the edge of your vision in the smog that you can't quite make out at first. But that doesn't last. As something falls from the nearby roof onto the ground about 50 feet away from you.
Oh.
It's raining men.
She doesn't dart her eyes at herself, but she moves her shield in that direction. Like she, I imagine it's like some kind of sight through the shield.
Okay. All right.
What's the matter?
Hold
You
on.
move your way towards it. The street getting increasingly more deserted as people are beginning to make their way to evening meals, homes, and families.
Ellie's on edge, shield up, hand gripping a weapon. Something doesn't feel
okay?
right. Hold on. Just
You
keep
walk
an eye
up.
on us.
You walk over, and okay, so have any of you read the Amigara Fault?
Yes.
Oh, yes? Well, no, but I know what it is.
Yeah, There is a body that has been, I can only say, squeezed into that kind of tight, contorted, straw-like pose.
Ooh.
That is just crumpled down on the ground.
What
This
the,
is the
No
worst
telling.
natural 20 ever.
what the fuck?
What?
That's
Guys?
And with that nat 20, where are you?
Fuck.
that a body?
That's.
Oh no, it's Lloyd.
You look up at the nearby roof, and something is moving through the fog. Something tall, something gangly. Two glowing eyes looking out, just this long mat of what appears to be hair just scanning the horizon. You see something dripping off of the hands.
Ooh. How far away is it?
This is a pretty tall building. It's about 3 stories up, but you can just see the eyes peering out away. And it vanishes for a moment, then it leaps over to the nearest nearby building and starts moving with an unnatural sense of speed.
Oh, there.
With that natural 20, your eyes are able to follow it even through the fog, getting barely any kind of glimpse of it. It is a very naturally dusky thing. The final thing you see of it, perched up on top of a building, very flat surface, you catch a glimpse of another chimney sweep that unfortunately crosses its path, just foggy silhouettes. And it grabs this person.
Can I do something before before it grabs him?
He's about 100 or so feet away at this
I
point.
have range. I
If you
have
wish to
120 feet of range.
If you wish to try, go ahead.
She just, I'm not even trying to hurt it, just to save the guy. She's whipped her tchotchke. Oh, fucking.
Okay. It whiffs out. The creature grabs the tchotchke with its other hand at the same moment that it grabs the person. Just grabs them by the head and shoulders. Big hands. You now realize this thing is probably like 13 feet tall.
It's the Kodiak killer.
May
That's
I
a lot-
attempt to
That's a lot bigger.
Yeah.
shoot it as well, or is it just a one-time?
Say again?
May I attempt to shoot it as well, or is it just a one-time thing?
If you wish to shoot at it, go ahead.
All right. Well, you see Tonk narrows his eyes. He kind of leans ka-chunk as the metal part on his shell opens up and a long barrel begins to fold out. Longer than it really should be in there. And it fires. No, it doesn't.
Oh!
How is it a bonus action aim?
Uh-oh.
Wow.
I'm going to say that that's all I'm going to allow for that for attempts. Any attempts at hitting it, things are going to progress. That's all the chances you get before it finishes its goal here.
Oh, that poor guy.
It grabs the person, turns, and there's just this little thing up on the roof, a little stovepipe chimney that probably could not be fit into by any one individual in any capacity, and you see it squeeze itself down into it,
Oh.
taking the person with it by force.
Oh.
I want to go home now.
It's
And that is where we're going to end the session.
Holy
the
shit.
Bagman!
That is a solid place to end it. I want to go home now.